What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Victory Monday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. A big thanks for tuning in however you're tuning in. If it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com. Got your Alexa device. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Video stream also up and rolling on YouTube. Got the app. There we go. That's the other one. Get the app, download it, take it on the go. Multiple different ways for you to be hanging out and tuning in this morning. You can join the YouTube chats. You can join or hit us up with some text and such on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. You know the number, 715-830-1912. Hope that y'all had a fantastic weekend, and you're ready to hit up a brand new week here. And we begin it with a little bit of a Victory Monday as the Packers squeaking by the Giants yesterday, 27-20. And team coming away pretty banged up. Jordan Love leaving the game for a little bit, but Malik Willis coming in to lead a touchdown drive. Then Love comes back, gets them a couple touchdowns as well. And then Josh Jacobs leaving the game due to a knee injury. Quay Walker at one point left the game. He sounds like he'll be okay. He's got a stinger. Zach Tom left the game at one point, but he did return. So kind of a banged up game for some of the green and gold. So lots to dissect with this game. I mean, you had drops all over the place for not only the Packers receivers, but for crying out loud, the Packers corners. I mean, I think they just dropped another pick for a potential pick from Jameis Winston just now. I mean, holy moly. You know, I get it. It's kind of a joke at times when you say, well, that's why they play corner and not wide receiver. But for crying out loud, you got to make some catches if you want to play corner and come away with the picks. Man, I mean, Carrington Valentine dropped a couple. And was it the Bullard one? No, it might have been. Yeah, I think it might have been the Bullard one when like Isaac McDuffie just ran into it. So I get that one, but then Keyshawn dropped one. Thank goodness Evan Williams was able to get one in the end zone at the end. But jeez, a couple of those two were deep into the Giants' own territory. I feel like between that and some of the dropped passes by the Packers receivers, the game could have been completely different and maybe a little bit more one-sided in terms of the Packers. But whew, I feel like this is just kind of what they are at this point in time. Man, if I'm running practice this week, working on that jugs machine for everybody trying to catch some of those footballs and maybe putting a little bit of, I don't know, oil, a little bit of slippery grease on there or something just to help them out a little bit. Man. So, but I know it wasn't the prettiest game. It wasn't the dominating game that some people wanted to see and such. It didn't have a lot of that. But I will say this, and, you know, I know it's I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying – I'm going to give you my I'm not saying right away, and you can send me your I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying, you know, completely out of the woods, or I'm not saying that – you know, Matt LaFleur is completely out of the woods, or, you know, whatever we said last week about him and Jordan Love, you know, some of the criticism. I'm not saying they're completely absolved, but I'm just saying I can't put the blame on Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love for that game yesterday. I can't. When you have your receivers dropping as many flipping footballs as they did again in that game yesterday, stalling the drives, not extending these drives, and I mean, like Romeo Doubs, for crying out loud, who I thought would have been their best catcher, dropping a couple of critical ones. Christian Watson, the dude who came in the league with questions about his ability to secure the catch, and we all know how his first play of his career went, dropping that deep shot from Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that guy has improved, and look at the 2 touchdown catches he had yesterday. I mean, the first one with a arm in his face and like in between his arms and that, still holding on to the football. And then obviously that second one, I mean, he might have the strongest hands. Matthew Golden has the most secure hands, it seems like. Gosh, I wish they could just get him going here a little bit, but I can't, fully fault Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur for yesterday's game because of some of those receivers and such, and defensively too. I mean, they had a few opportunities to get off the field on third down, whether it was a dropped, or get off the field a little bit earlier, whether it was a drop pick, or, I mean, for crying out loud, converting it, was it a 3rd and 12, and it was like a screen pass, and it's just like they had opportunities to get off the field, and they couldn't. They couldn't. Giants ran the ball 38 times. 35 between two running backs if you take away 3 of them from Jameis Winston, but he had that one flipping quarterback sneak for like 10 yards. But they were controlling the line of scrimmage. And that offensive line for Green Bay, yeah, again, struggling with some protection issues. Man. But I know a lot of people who watch football for a living and have to talk about it for a living, and there was a common theme last night, and a lot of them said, kudos to LaFleur and Love for doing the job they did yesterday for what they were given with some of the poor performances from other individuals. So, and I would agree with them. But plenty to again break down from this game, and I'm sure you all have a lot to say about it, so you can text it on over 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, or you can hit us up with a message on the YouTube chat. So if the playoffs were to start today, Green Bay would be the 6th seed. Where would they go? They would go to Chicago, because the Bears, with the walk-off field goal against the Vikings yesterday, thank you, Minnesota, for helping us out. The Bears are in sole possession of first place in the NFC North, with the Lions losing last night to the Philadelphia Eagles. So it doesn't seem like Bears are going to have to go up against Aaron Rodgers this upcoming weekend, because he got hurt, and sounds like it's a fractured left wrist. So it doesn't sound like he's going to be able to go this weekend. So can't go and play in Chicago. Although I don't know if Rodgers is going to try to push, because it is Chicago and such. So, but plenty of football chats. We'll get to that coming up throughout the morning here and on the leadoff and such. We'll throw a little hoops chat in here. Bucks picking up a win against the Hornets in the NBA Cup, falling to the Lakers, but a huge matchup tonight for the Milwaukee Bucks as they will be taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers. So we'll hit that up, touch on that just a little bit. But Bucks looking at it, 8-6 overall on the season. Cleveland 9-5, 9-5 so far. So as I mentioned, it is a little. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. It's also a weekend hangover brought to you by our good friends from the VFW Post 305. So from over the weekend, what was like the head scratcher, the why moment, the like confused, the frustrating moment, or just you were perplexed about something? Doesn't have to necessarily be from the Green Bay game. It can be from another game or such. Give me your weekend hangover picks, okay? Send those on over. Let me know. I'll get to mine a little bit later on. We're going to do a local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center, Justice Cleveland. WEAU 13 News will be joining us a little bit earlier, around 8:30 this morning. Shout out to McDonald, 8-player state championship. Blank and Gilman, 22-0 to secure the state championship. So congrats to McDonald. For 11-player football, we had quite a few teams in our immediate area still alive, but after Friday night's game, it's just pretty much a couple. But Cochran Fountain City advancing to the state championship. They're going to play on Thursday, and then Edgar also going to be playing on Thursday. So staying with football, but at the college level, UW Stouts, they're back in the Isthmus Bowl presented by Culver's. They're going to be playing Washington University in St. Louis this Saturday. It's confusing. It says the school name is Washington University in St. Louis, but they're actually playing in Wisconsin. So elsewhere, college-wise, UW Eau Claire volleyball, they fell in the WIAC championship against Oshkosh. They'll find out where they're going to be going for the national tournaments. Blue Gold men's soccer falling in the national tournament, just shy of advancing to Sweet 16. Blue Gold men's basketball, a couple more wins for them. So we'll break it all down with Justice Cleveland against Sports Scene 13. Will be joining us at about 8:30 this morning. So that's your game plan for the next few hours here. Let's pitter patter. Let's get at her, shall we? We'll open it up, talking some football with Pack, picking up a 27-20 victory against the Giants in New York at MetLife. Your thoughts? You can let us know. Text it, comment on the YouTube video stream, all that fun stuff. We'll take our first break, and then we'll get going here this morning. Want to hear from you. Give me your analysis. Give me your thoughts. We'll be back after these quick words. The opener, deer hunting opener, coming up this Saturday, this weekend. It's nearly here, hunters. You only got a couple days left to go visit our good friends at Tilden Gun. So go make sure you visit them for any last-minute needs. Maybe you are looking for that new deer rifle yet. Maybe you need some ammo. Maybe you need a new scope. Whatever the case may be, go visit our good friends at Tilden Gun, located at 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. You can also check them out online at tildengun.com. But go visit their shop. Let Sean and Hunter help you out and get you set for this upcoming weekends for the deer opener. Don't forget to send me your photos if you do have any luck. We got that pinned up on our Facebook page at Sports Talk 105.1. So best of luck. Be safe this weekend. And don't forget to send me those pics. I know we're having a little bit of an issue with the app for some reason. I don't know what's going on, but we got different ways for you to join in and such. So we got the Radio Dials YouTube. You can download the YouTube on there on your phone too and bring that up and such. But I'll shoot a message over to the engineers and that. But let's get things rocking and rolling here this morning, shall we? We'll talk some green and gold to open it up with a Victory Monday. I know it's not the for some. I think it's fair to say it. Happy about the win. I'm happy about the win. But it still feels kind of weird, right? It's like, it's like you just kind of like, whew, thank gosh. Because I will be honest with you, like when I was sitting there and watching this game, I'm like, please, I don't want to have to talk about a loss to the Giants. I don't want to have to talk about a loss to the Giants. I can't. I can't do it. I can't. So on one hand, I am so thankful that we're not talking about a loss to the Giants. But on the other hand, too, it's like, it still was. Why couldn't things just be easier? Why couldn't it just be easier? But it is what it is. The only thing that matters, I guess, in this whole thing is the win in that. But nonetheless, we got lots to talk about with this game. And where do we begin? Could talk about the drops. Could talk about the injuries. I'm a little frustrated, just to be honest, because I was really hoping for a nice, chillax, relaxing type of game, maybe a dominating win and that. And I don't know if we're going to get that anymore. I don't know if we're going to get that anymore for this team for the rest of the season when you look at the upcoming schedule. I don't. A win's a win. I'm happy about it. I'm happy that they're back in the win column. It's just they made it incredibly tough on themselves again. Hold on a second. All right, there we go. Anybody trying to listen on the website and the app, I just sent over a message. So go over to YouTube. You can hit us up on YouTube, and you can hit us up on the radio dials. So just wanted to send that message on over to the engineers and such. But all right, anyways, let's get back to it. So reset. How you feeling about yesterday's win, Packers fans? You just happy to get a win? Are you just hey, that's the only thing that matters? Get the W in the win column. Let's move on to the Vikings. You happy about that? It's all you care about? Does it still kind of feel a little bitter in your mouth? Just a little bit? You're like, yeah, I'm good with it. I'm happy with it, but why can't they just make things easier on themselves? Because, again, you look at that game yesterday. That had a chance, and I know you don't win with style points, okay? You don't win with style points. I understand that. But for crying out loud, you could have made things a little bit easier on yourself. First of all, catch the dang ball, whether you are a wide receiver, whether you are a corner. Catch the dang ball. Just go do that, please. Can you do that? That would be so helpful. But also, it's like injuries. You had Josh Jacobs. You had Jordan Love taking, trying to truck a guy. I mean, I get it. You're trying to gain extra yards and such, but I mean, for Love, who was a guy that was always kind of like sliding and all, and then he takes this like trying to truck over a guy and then maybe a little bit of an unnecessary hit and hurts that left shoulder. Thankfully, it was just his left shoulder and such, and then you had Zach Tom get banged up. At least he returned. Quay Walker gets banged up. Quay Walker, by the way, that first drive, for crying out loud, drop back a little bit. They got to work on something, change something, just do a better job in their zone coverages and dropping back a little bit. I mean, middle of the field again. Jameis Winston was just kind of exposing that, and the Giants really taking advantage of that. It's like, for crying, can we drop back a little bit, take care of your zones? The communication just seems to be, or continues to be, a little bit off in the back end of coverage. But happy about the win. Really happy about the win. Really happy that we're not talking about a loss to the Giants, because this conversation then would go completely the other way. But this team continues to make it more difficult on themselves, harder on themselves. They continue to do this. And I don't put the blame. Like, I know last week there was Matt LaFleur question marks. Some people had Jordan Love question marks. I can't pin the blame on either of those guys for this close win from yesterday. I can't. When you had an offensive line that I'm going to be curious to see some of the Pro Football Focus grades come out and such, and that I know that's not the tell-all in that, but I mean the pressure that they were just continuously giving up on Jordan Love and not hardly giving him any time. For him to be able to do anything was difficult. But then you factor in receivers dropping the dang football all over the place. I will say this, so I don't fully fault LaFleur and Jordan Love for that performance. I can't. In fact, I give him a little bit more credit probably for overcoming a lot of that stuff. But I will say this. With Josh Jacobs going out, I think it does, and I want Josh Jacobs back, don't get me wrong. But what I think it does is it does put a little bit more on Jordan Love. And I think it actually, I don't know if it's a thing where with no Josh Jacobs, LaFleur then is like, okay, we're going to go do this, and that, instead of trying to maybe force it to Jacobs a little bit too much. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like at times that maybe LaFleur is just a little bit of a, I don't want to say better play caller, but maybe he doesn't try to force it with Jacobs as much. And I know the perfect example is going to be, well, you look at Malik Willis and such, and how well they were going to do, or how well they were doing down with him on that drive. And I think a lot of that, yeah, you really have to become creative with Malik Willis out there. Just Malik Willis is not a better quarterback than Jordan Love, but Malik Willis playing against a Giants team that stinks against stopping the run, I think was the perfect opportunity to get him in there, run some of those read options, utilizing his legs. I think was like, if there was a team that Malik Willis had to go up against, it was probably a good matchup with the Giants, considering how bad they are at stopping the run. But you also have to have a little bit of success running the football, too, to have Malik Willis be very successful. And that's not to diminish Malik Willis and what he did, because he came in leading them down for a touchdown. Boom. Awesome. That's why when everybody talks about, hey, trade Malik Willis to get a draft pick, I'm good with having a capable backup quarterback for moments like that. But I will say this about LaFleur. It's just, does he get into tendencies sometimes where it's like, okay, we just got to keep going to this guy and keep running the ball to Jacobs and doing this and doing this and doing this. Okay, now that guy's out, all right, maybe you need to expand your mindset a little bit. Maybe you need to expand your thinking a little bit. And I think they were forced to do that. I thought what was interesting yesterday, too, second half. Look at the snap counts. You'll notice something very interesting on the offensive side for snap counts. Luke Musgrave only, I'll have to double check it, but what I saw, only played like 2 snaps in the second half. And he was one of the guys that had issues with catching the football and not fumbling. So I don't know if, he's kind of in the in the doghouse now going forward, but his snap counts got cut big time. Yeah, 2 snaps in the second half for Luke Musgrave. John Fitzpatrick had 16. Josh Wiley had 11. Does that mean the Luke Musgrave experiment is over with? I don't know. I don't know going forward. But I thought that was pretty telling. I thought it was an interesting, especially too when you have Jacobs going, and honestly, let's see the next couple weeks, because it could have just straight up been, you know what, Musgrave not great at blocking. Giants putting pressure on Jordan Love, having their way with an offensive line. We got to put 2 tight ends in there that can help block, and when we're asking them to block, they can hold their own. Could have been as simple as that. I don't think it's going to be completely like Luke Musgrave is like that experiment is done. I know some people are saying, well, he's done. I don't know if I can go that route. It might have just been strictly because, hey, we got to play our tight ends that can block. We got to have a 12 personnel in there, and we got to make sure that we get some extra protection for Jordan Love, especially playing on a little bit of a bum shoulder. I kind of tended to go that way, but it didn't help him with his inability to secure the football yesterday. If he was out there balling, he's out there. He's staying out there. You find ways to incorporate him. Even with his inefficiency of blocking, his ability to consistent or to block at a high level. Boy. And the other part, too, from yesterday's game, I know I'm kind of going all over the place here, but it's just like, it's kind of going through my mind and the different things that stood out. I'm confused now with Haversick, with kicking, because pregame, apparently he was hitting 62, 63-yard field goals. And then I know the wind was swirling yesterday. So did it pick up later on in the game? I mean, to miss a couple of extra points that could have came back and haunt this team, for crying out loud, I don't know. But we'll see going forward. With McManus being downgraded as doubtful, wonder if he's going to be out for an extended amount of time with that. I'm assuming it's a quad injury. But A lot of things kind of piped up its ugly head yesterday. So I'm thankful Green Bay got a win. I'm grateful they got a win. They escaped with a win. But they really made it hard on themselves. And now you look at this upcoming schedule for Green Bay, and it's like, maybe you got to get to 10 wins, 4 more wins. Let's say it's 4 to get to 10, although it might have to be 11 because with the NFC playoff race, with how it's shaping up, it's tight. Right now, Detroit's not in the playoffs with a 6-3 or a 6-4 record. They've got 7 more games left to go here. Does Green Bay have 4, maybe 5 more wins in them? Minnesota, they're struggling right now. J.J. McCarthy's struggling with his accuracy. I think you got to come away with a win this weekend. With that being at home, I know it's Monday. Don't want to overreact too much, but I would almost say Sunday's a must win. Detroit's going to be incredibly tough on a short week going over there. Bears then come to Chicago, who are 7-3. You got the Broncos, who are one of the best teams in National Football League. Bears again, then the Ravens coming over. And then you finish up at Minnesota with the final 7. I think bare minimum you need 4. I'd feel better if they could get 5 out of their last 7. 5 wins in their last 7. We've got C-Bomb says, going back, I'm very happy to get back into the win column, but once again, the team just struggled to get it going and take over the game. One thing that I've grown extremely tired of is in the third quarter, the Giants held the ball for half the quarter. We get a stop and the offense goes 3 and out. On 3rd and 2, they take a shot play that doesn't connect. Why does LaFleur think he doesn't need to get a first down and let the defense rest? Well, to be fair, that was also a drop pass. So spot on, though. You can't blame 10 or the coach for all those drops. Definite game changers. Where are the McManus haters? If he was 1 for 3 on extra points, he'd be getting crucified right now. So did Wyatt get hurt again yesterday? I don't recall him. No, he was out there. I saw a big old 95. So, Dan H says, good morning. A dubs U is a W. The division is still pretty even. Hope Jacobs is okay. Go Pack. On the YouTube video stream, I think we had Digital says it doesn't feel like a win. Thank gosh they pulled it out, though, but man. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll be back, though. I want to hear your thoughts. Continue to send them on over. Talking some green and gold with that win. It was tough, but it's a win. Don't forget, if this weekend you do tag out and you get your deer, where do you take it? You take it over to our good friends at Mike's Star Market on the west side of Eau Claire. So whether you're looking to maybe get some venison, bacon, jerky, brats, burgers, whatever the case may be, Mike's has you covered. 2238 Heimstead Road in Eau Claire. All right, save that address in your phone. 2238 Heimstead Road in Eau Claire. So, yeah, if you get that deer, take it on over to Mike's, and you'll get some quality products in return. By the way, sounds like our app and the stream is back to working here this morning, so you can roll that up or bring that up if you'd rather tune in that way. Otherwise, still got the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, and the YouTube stream, always rocking it and rolling over there. What, you Packers fans, you can continue to send us your thoughts on yesterday's win, their 27-20 victory against the Giants. Not the prettiest game by any means, not the prettiest, but win's a win at this point in time, right? In a must-win game, I think we could say that was a must-win game. In a must-win game, they got the W. Really quick, I was chatting with Dr. Crow about Josh Jacobs' knee just a couple minutes ago. Potential knee bruise, direct blows like that generally don't cause significant injuries, but occasionally it can injure the PCL. Doesn't sound like Josh Jacobs, according to Adam Schefter and Rob Domofsky, our good friend. Doesn't sound like it's going to be a season-ending injury. He's going to undergo more tests today. But Packers, it seems like they're optimistic it's not going to be a long-term issue with Josh Jacobs. So hopefully that's the case going forward. Fingers crossed that everything's going to be okay. If you had to hand out a game ball to somebody from yesterday's win, who would you give it to? If you had to hand out a game ball, who would you give it to? I think I'd give my game ball to Christian Watson. I mean, that guy, we always have this talk about who's the number one receiver, who's the go-to guy in the receiving department. So is it safe to say that Christian Watson right now is the number one guy, is the number one wide receiver on this team? Or is it still a little too early? What do you think? I probably have to give my game ball to him. An honorary game ball, I'd go with Savion Williams, because apparently Savion Williams got off the bus in a walking boot, which gives you the impression that he's probably not going to play. Guy suits up, guy plays, and that contested catch that he had on third down, that was a huge, huge play. Huge play. So maybe an honorary. It was only one catch. It was only one play. But it was a crucial one. Who would you give a game ball to? Hit me up with a text, 715-830-1912. Or hit me up on the video streams too. Got a couple of them coming in saying Watson. A couple of them, Ben says Jordan Love for playing through the shoulder injury. Sam says Jordan Love. I thought he had a sneaky, solid game. Don't box score scout Jordan Love because the numbers won't look good. It doesn't factor in all the drops that his receivers had. So, C-Bomb says, my game ball goes to Christian Watson. That young man is about to get paid if he could stay healthy. Well, maybe not till next year, since he did sign that one-year deal with Green Bay. Packers fans, you kind of happy now that they gave him that one-year deal for next year? You kind of happy about that? I am. I am. A couple more going for Christian Watson for game balls. Another one for Jordan Love. This one is from Eric. Jordan Love gets my game ball. Honorable mention goes to Christian Watson. And then Dave says my game ball goes to Christian Watson. Another game ball goes to Micah Parsons. This is from Matt's for the strip sack at the end, but also a sack earlier on in the game. And then Andy is going to go with Evan Williams with his game ball for securing the interception and the game. So, hey, this is a good one. John says, what about Daniel Whalen? I know he's a punter, but that guy was flipping the field yesterday in some windy conditions. That's not a bad pick, dude. I know he actually got a game ball from LaFleur after the game, but, yeah, I mean, handling some bad snaps in the punting game, although – Laces out, Dan. Just the joke, right? The joke makes itself. We know on the one extra point, laces were in. Dan, I mean, it works perfect. Laces out, Dan. So, but no, flipping the field like that, Daniel Whelan, I mean, that dude, what a leg. Big time player in yesterday's game, too. Big time player. Keep those coming. Keep your game balls coming. Anything else from yesterday's game? I got a lot more to say about yesterday's performance and kind of going forward here. But I want to hear from you. I want to get your analysis and your input. So, all right, we'll take a quick break to wrap up the first hour, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Got a few minutes left to the top of the hour. Continue to send us your thoughts on yesterday's win. We're going to go to the phone lines here this morning, our Shoe Doctors bullpen line, and catch up with our good friend, Mr. Seabaum, on this Victory Monday. Seabaum, how you feeling on this Victory Monday, sir?
Good morning, El Capitano. Doesn't matter if that W is against the Giants or the Chiefs or the Bills. A W is a W, and don't apologize for it.
Yeah, I don't have to apologize for it, but it's still, I mean, kind of bitter, though, too, a little bit, right? Not the great, bitter might be too strong of a word. Just a little bit of a bad taste in the mouth a little bit after yesterday. I'm just frustrated that they can't make things easier on themselves, dude.
It's week in, week out. This team plays to the level of their competition, and is it not frustrating? My Lord, it doesn't matter. You know, they come out the first 2 weeks of the season like gangbusters against, Super Bowl contenders, so to speak. That was before Washington fell apart. But they came out, feet on fire, and since then it's just been blah, right? And what can they do to amp themselves up, to quit making stupid mistakes, dropping balls, pre-snap penalties, things like that? I mean, this is the Giants. With Jameis Winston, who has more completions to the other team than his own team over his career. I mean, it should not have been that close.
No, but you're right, too. I mean, a win is a win on this point. And when you look at it, box score scouting and such, I think a lot of people will probably look at it and say Jordan Love didn't have a great game. How would you assess Jordan Love's game yesterday?
I thought he played well. I mean, he didn't light anything up, but, it's hard to judge him when, 5 drops?
Yeah, at least.
So, I mean, again, he's putting the ball where it needs to be. It does drive me bonkers on these 3rd and shorts, 4th and shorts, and they take shot plays. Yeah, they're great if they connect, but my goodness, the defense was just on the field in the third quarter for 7 minutes getting, and the defense stops them. You think that's going to be a momentum changer, and they go 3 and out.
Mm-hmm.
Defense right back on the field. And luckily, we were able to overcome that. But, boy, I got nervous at that point.
You're right. I mean, on that one, it was a drop, I believe, by was it Watson or such? I can't remember. But I mean, at that point too, you're right, because you got to know the moment. Your defense is on the field for how long. I think at that point you just want to have an extended drive to give them a little bit of a breather at that point.
Exactly. That's what I was hopeful for, and it just didn't work, and maybe they felt they had to do that with the Jacobs situation, but I thought Wilson did a good job. I mean, he was able to move the ball a little bit, so it's going to be interesting to see what we do moving forward, because, I mean, like you said, there's 0 cupcakes on the schedule moving forward. I mean, the only cupcakes would be considered probably Minnesota, and you know what that offense can be if McCarthy can make some plays.
Exactly. Well, hey, before I let you go, speaking of Josh Jacobs, any concern going forward if he does have to miss maybe a week, couple weeks, few weeks? Any concern with him not being in the lineup for Green Bay? Or do you think, you know what, seeing that second half team, does LaFleur call a little bit of a better game when he's maybe not pressured to give Josh Jacobs the ball quite a bit more?
Yeah, I'm hopeful he'll let Jordan Love cook a little bit. The last year and a half, he's relied heavily. This offense runs through Jacobs, and the run game hasn't been there this year, and we've been struggling. We've seen it. It's every week. It's a nail biter, and we lose games we should win, and we barely won yesterday. So who knows? Maybe with Wilson, we'll see some more stuff out on the edges, and he won't rely so much. It won't be run, pass, punt.
Yeah. Hey, really quick, one more question. Should they incorporate some packages for Malik Willis?
I say no. I mean, I know people. The Jordan Love haters are all on the Willis train. It blows my mind. There's a reason he's not a starting quarterback in the NFL. Maybe something, a gadget play inside the red zone or something, but I'm not a fan of the teams that put their quarterbacks out. I mean, Jordan Love's in his position for a reason. Let him play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Hey,
would you here, let me ask you this. If Aaron Rodgers was still the quarterback, would we be happy with a Malik Willis package?
No, we would not be.
Yeah, I feel the same with Love. But that's just me.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. I get it. Hey, appreciate the phone call this morning, bud. Good to hear your voice. We'll talk again soon, okay?
Thanks for having me, my brother. Go, Pack, go.
You got it. There you go. C-Bomb hopping off on the Shoe Doctors bullpen line this morning. All right, I'll throw it out to you, to the rest of you Packers fans. Do you think Green Bay, because you know it's getting talked about, should they incorporate a package or two from Malik Willis to try to utilize his athleticism? Now, we saw it a little bit towards the end of last year. I'm trying to think of what game that was, or was it the playoff game? But we saw Malik Willis and Jordan Love on the field together. But there's no question Malik Willis has some great athleticism, right? Should they try to find a way to incorporate him into the ball game? I think part of me wants to say yes because of his athleticism, because of his legs and such. But the other part of me says only if Josh Jacobs is in there, because I think, okay, if Malik Willis is in there, you're probably thinking run right away. But I'd almost want Josh Jacobs in there because then you have, okay, is it going to go to Jacobs or is it going to go to Malik Willis? And then maybe if you have Jacobs, you could do a little bit of a rollout. And like C-Bomb said, maybe it's a little bit of a red zone or maybe like a short package situation. But I get it. You don't really want to take the ball out of your starting quarterback's hands. And that was kind of the thing with Rodgers, too, is like you don't want to take the ball out of your best player's hands at crucial points in the game. I don't know. I keep going back and forth on this. What say you, rest of Packers Nation? 1 hour in on this Victory Monday, a few more to go. We got some news updates, and we'll be back to kick off the second hour coming up after these quick words. All right, second hour, kick it off right now on this Monday morning of November 17th. Hey, you just heard the weather forecast, right? So in case, it's a good reminder, if there's any delays, school closings or delays, you can always hit up our websites and check out the WEAU 13 News First Alert School Closings, brought to you by Hovlitz and ServiceMaster. So it's getting to be that time of year again. So speaking of WEAU 13 News, Justice Cleveland Sports Scene 13 sports director will be joining us at 8:30 this morning. We'll do our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports roundup with him. McDonald, state champions for 8-player football. We know the teams who will be competing for the 11-player state championships later on this week. So we'll go through that. We got some blue gold and some stout Blue Devil topics to be hitting up, so we'll do our local sports roundup with JC and EC coming up a little bit later on. Bucks are also back in action tonight, taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Have a big game for the Bucks tonight. Tip time around 6 p.m. Coverage will begin at about 5:30 on your radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. With the deer season, deer opener coming up this Saturday, I'm still looking for some more stories, for some good traditions that you got or that you have. Email them to me, mancavepodmail@gmail.com, so that I can put them up in our Tailgate Outdoors episode later on this week for the Man Cave podcast. So if you got some fun stories, some cool stories, could be about the big one you missed or maybe the big one you got or just some good memories that you'll allow me to share with the rest of our listeners, please send those on over. Again, email them. And then got traditions. What are some of your favorite traditions or your annual traditions? Knocked one off the checklist last night after the game. Watched a little Escanaba and the Moonlights. So before heading off to a basketball meeting and such. So got to tune in to 30-Point Buck at some point this week. So what are some of your traditions? Again, hit me up with an email, mancavepodmail@gmail.com. So, all right. Spent the first hour, flew on through the first hour after going through some technical difficulty stuff. So appreciate you hanging out or staying with us. I know we had some issues with the online stream on the app and even a little bit with the phone lines and such. So thanks for bearing with me as I'm trying to do a program and manage this stuff over here too. So, but give me your thoughts, your analysis from the game yesterday, this 27-20 victory against the New York Giants. A win's a win. It's not the prettiest thing, right? The thing that frustrates me the most about yesterday's win, and I'm not trying to sound, and I apologize if I sound like I'm upset about a win. I'm not. But the thing that frustrates me the most about yesterday's game was this continued pattern of making things more difficult on themselves, dropping footballs, missing extra points, this type of stuff. Why do we continue to do this? I don't want to hear about youth again. Okay? Maybe at the beginning of the year, not at this point in time. No sirree, no thank you. That is not an excuse. Not an excuse for Romeo Doubs to drop 2 crucial passes. Not an excuse for any of those guys. Not an excuse for the corners. Just because they play corner, not wide receiver. You know, that joke, ha, 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 funny, funny, funny. No excuse. You get gift wrapped a couple of those. I mean, if they just get a couple of those picks, the game looks completely different. If they pick up a couple of those catches, the game probably looks completely different. If you're looking at it from a terms of that was not a flashy win, if they make it less difficult on themselves, the game probably looks way different. And defensively too, it's, you know, I know we're focusing a lot on offense and that, but I mean, outside of the the dropped picks from yesterday's game. I mean, giving up third down plays or fourth down plays even. I mean, big-time screen passes getting converted. A quarterback sneak essentially going for 10 yards. They've got to get off the field quicker than that. When they have opportunities, lock it down. Middle of the field, opening drive. Those receivers finding those zones. For whatever reason, there's still just this lack of communication in the back end of their coverage. Linebackers got to learn to drop back, get into their spots, get into their zones. I thought it was pretty evident, too, yesterday. Keyshawn Nixon was getting targeted quite a bit. Now, I don't know if that was just based off matchups or that, but, you know, I'll admit, I know J.J. McCarthy is struggling right now with his accuracy, and that might be the saving grace for this game coming up this weekend with Justin Jefferson. I really, what's the plan going to be? What's that plan going to be? I don't want this to be a get-right game for McCarthy in terms of his accuracy and such. I'm going to be nervous for every single game of the rest of this schedule. Biting my teeth. I'll be watching this game in the deer stand on silent, and hopefully I'm not, like, saying stuff under my breath. You know, part of me watching that game yesterday, I'm like, man, maybe I don't have to watch the Sunday's game. I mean, you lose to the Giants, it's like, pfft. And I get it, because you had Jameis Winston, new quarterback playing, teammates love the guy, interim coach coming in. We've seen it time and time again. There is that little bit of a boost, little bit of an energy. We see it time and again, and that was a factor, and I think it was pretty evident in that first drive. But Green Bay sure made it more difficult on themselves. I would really like to see, though, going forward offensively, going back to the offensive side of things, I would really like to see two guys get targeted more, get game planned more going forward. Watson and Golden. I know we've been pounding the table for Matthew Golden, but I just feel like when you have issues with drops again in this game, when you have those issues and Matthew Golden has the best hands on your team, that's what everybody says. We have got to figure out a way to get him the ball more, especially in crucial situations. This was from Rob Domofsky yesterday during the game. The Packers had 5 drops in the first half, giving them 8 in the last 6 quarters. The 5 drops matches the most by the Packers in a first half since ESPN began tracking drops in 2006. Previously, the Packers had only 5 drops in weeks 1 through 9 combined. And at one point, too, when Love was 6 of 13, of his 7 incompletions, according to Ryan Wood, 5 were drops. Matthew Golden has always, the talk about him outside of his speed has been hands. Go back to minicamp. Go back to training camp, preseason. You had people saying, writers who were there every day, beat reporters saying, don't know if he's dropped the ball. I want to see Matthew Golden. I want to see Agent Zero more involved. I get it. You're trying to spread the ball around. You don't want to, try to force feed a lot of guys. But I think right now with this offense, and especially if Josh Jacobs is going to be missing any time, I want to see Matthew Golden and I want to see Christian Watson utilized more, featured more within this offense. Those guys right now, until Jaden Reed comes back, to me, those are your 2 most talented wide receivers. Dobbs is a nice safety net, although he had 2 crucial drops yesterday. Did bounce back and had a nice one to extend a drive. But I feel like Watson and Golden going forward should be featured even more. And then when Jaden Reed comes back, you add him to the mix. They'll probably bring him back slowly and such and knock the rust off in that. But, if Jacobs is going to be missing time, we don't know how long potentially he could be missing time. We don't. But if he is, you get Emmanuel Wilson as your primary running back now. There's going to be more put on the back of Jordan Love. All right, you pay that guy $55 million a year or whatever it is. Here we go. Can he carry his team to victory? I thought he filled that part. Yesterday, like Dan Orlovsky said, the quarterbacks in Green Bay and Buffalo put their teams on their backs today. That was from yesterday, and I would agree. Josh Allen was just fantastic. 3 passing touchdowns and 3 rushing touchdowns against the Buccaneers? But there is going to be more if Josh Jacobs is not in this lineup. There's going to be more on the shoulders, maybe one shoulder, depending on how his left shoulder's feeling for Jordan Love. And I think, we've been harping on Matt LaFleur and play calling and schemes and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. With no Josh Jacobs, maybe this is where LaFleur can be a little bit more of a consistent play caller. This is where I would say sometimes he gets into much of a rut as a play caller. It's like, okay, we got to feature maybe Jacobs a little bit more. And it's like, just maybe, expand it a little bit. So I am very curious to see how the game plan goes. Especially with Luke Musgrave, I think they got to find a different role for Luke Musgrave. The Luke Musgrave running in a flat route, just no. You're not utilizing him. He's not Tucker Kraft. Tucker Kraft, sure, because you know what? He can break those tackles and pick you up some yak. Luke Musgrave can't do that. Luke Musgrave is a down the field, up the seam type of target. And the fact that he only played 2 snaps total in the second half of that game yesterday, I think on one part, yes, it does say a lot. Because if he had been a big-time contributor, if he wasn't dropping the football and such, but he was being effective, he would have been playing. I think the other part in this, though, too, is he stinks as a blocker. And because of the Giants having success at putting pressure on Jordan Love, they put in their 2 best blocking tight ends, Wiley and Fitzpatrick. Musgrave is not a good blocking inline tight end. I don't think they're essentially going to bench him going forward. But at the same time, it's like you got to find a different role for him. You got to find this role that better suits him. And I get it. This type of offense, you want to have a look, one look, but you can do multiple things out of that look. But right now, with some of the injuries, you have to change it up a bit, and you have to adapt it a little bit. So going forward here, with this brutal schedule, and that's what I'll call it, is a brutal schedule. I'm really curious to see how this team can rise to that challenge and go up. I'm not overlooking Minnesota. I know Minnesota's struggling right now, and J.J. McCarthy especially struggling with some accuracy, okay? But I ain't overlooking them. I don't think anybody should overlook them. I mean, nobody who is a fan of the Packers should have the mindset, easy win, regardless of who they're playing. If anything this season has taught us, nobody should be thinking that. But, and this offensive line too, man, what is going on with this group? Like, what is going on with this offensive line? Is there too many guys playing out of position? Meaning, is there just guys playing in the wrong positions? They love their versatility. They love offensive linemen that can be versatile and play multiple spots. But is it at a point now where they're just asking too much for some of these guys? And I get it. Brian Burns is a heck of a football player. Dexter Lawrence was quiet, but, I mean, they were attacking in the interior. It's a good group up there. But that offensive line, they've got to make things easier on the quarterback. All right, let's take a quick break. Who gets your game ball from yesterday? You got one game ball to hand out. Who gets it? A lot of people going with Christian Watson. Got some going with Jordan Love, too, for gutting it out. Who is your pick? I'm going with Watson for mine. Although I will say underrated performance or underrated play from yesterday, but it was a big-time play, that Savion Williams catch on third down. I don't know if that's going to lead him to more opportunities because in college, he was actually one of the best contested catchers in all of college football. When you look at some of the numbers, when you look at some of the stats, he was one of the better ones. Now, maybe that leads more opportunities for him. I don't know. But I add in the fact that apparently he walked off the bus for that game in a walking boot. So he's dealing with a little bit of something to come away with that catch. And he's a big receiver. No question about it. Big time moment, especially when there was other guys struggling to catch the flipping football. Quick break. We got a few texts to get to, so we'll do that. Coming up after these few words. Have you thought about maybe updating that flooring in your home, your space, your office, your man cave, your bedroom, the kitchen, whatever the case may be? You're not sure where to start? It's simple. Just go visit our good friends, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire, especially with the holidays coming up and such. If you're thinking about, man, I'm tired of people coming in my space and saying, dude, you need some new floors. Well, that's where the experts and the friendly staff and the awesome people at Carpet City Flooring Center can help you out. So stop by their store, 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire, and check out all of the different options they have. And if you're not sure, hey, I don't know a lick about floors. I don't know what would look the best. I don't know what would actually function the best. What works in my budget? That's what separates Carpet City Flooring Center from the rest. It's the staff. It's the team over there. They will work with you every single step of the way from the beginning to the end. So, again, if you're in that need for some new flooring, go visit our friends, Carpet City Flooring Center, right here in Eau Claire. One of the questions I kind of threw out in the first hour was, do you think that the Packers going forward should incorporate some plays, some packages for Malik Willis? I want to give you some time to chime in case you're just joining in. Maybe you missed it in the first hour. But do you think Green Bay should try to find maybe a couple, maybe a few packages to get Malik Willis in the game? And I don't necessarily think that's a knock on Jordan Love. I just think it's Malik Willis has some really good athleticism, especially when it comes to his legs, his feet, his speed, right? So do you think, or do you think that's too gimmicky and you don't want to take the football out of 10's hands? Thumbs up, thumbs down, yay, nay. What do you got? All right. Let me know. So, we'll get to, I'll let you kind of chime in with some texts coming up a little bit. I'll get back to them coming up a little bit later on here. So, trying to find, okay, snap counts. This is where I was trying to curious about. Running backs, Emmanuel Wilson had 36. Okay, Josh Jacobs, was it just 11? Man, I thought it might have been a little bit more. But we got Christian Watson leading the way with 41. I think Matthew Golden must have been a little bit on the snap count yesterday. I know after the catch he made, looked like he might, that knee was bothering, or shoulder was it knee or shoulder? Anyways, it looked like something was bothering him a little bit, but just 17 snaps for him yesterday. John Fitzpatrick leading the way with 32 total snaps at tight end. And again, I think part of it is because he is a better blocking tight end than Luke Musgrave and such. And then you had Josh Wiley, who ended up getting a touchdown catch. He had 19, Musgrave 18. I am really glad that we continue to see this, though, with Micah Parsons and his amount of snaps based off of the total plays, total snaps on defense. It's not 50% of the snaps. It's not. I mean, he is up there. So Micah Parsons yesterday, 59 total snaps out of a possible, was it 60, 67, 60, somewhere around there. But the next closest guy to him was Rashawn Gary at 38. Enoch Barrier actually had 38 too. But we've been talking about that for the last couple of years when it comes to snap counts and percentages. When you've got, if these are your best pass rushers, get them out on the field more. TJ Watt's on the field a lot. Myles Garrett's on the field a lot. Max Crosby's on the field a lot. So I'm glad they're doing that with Micah Parsons. I get it. You want a rotation. You want to keep guys, getting a breather as fresh as possible. But when you've got game wreckers like Micah Parsons, you better make sure that they're out there on the field. So I'm glad we are kind of seeing that trend continue here with Parsons, that they're keeping him out there, that he's out there balling as much as possible. We've got Mark says that's why Watson is your number one. Rick says that is 100% the problem. Or maybe was it when we were talking about offensive line, Rick? Ben says I'm usually a glass half full kind of guy, but I don't trust this Packers team. So I'm not saying that the Packers won't make the playoffs, but I'm not saying they will. It is I'm not saying, but I'm just saying Monday morning. So give me your best ones. Text those on over. It's also the weekend hangover. So hit me up with your what the heck moments, why moments, that sort of thing. Text those on over too. This is where I'm at with Green Bay. I mean, is it fair to say they're a good team, but not a great team? Because I agree with you, Benjamin. This is a team that I feel like they could be great. I feel like they could be great, but they're holding themselves back from being great. Whether it's dropped passes, whether it's maybe not getting off the field, allowing a big play on third down to extend a drive on the defensive side, offensive line issues. I feel like they're a good team, but they're not a great team. I go back to what James Jones said a couple weeks ago. Is this a team that knows how to win? Like win big games. Is this a team that knows how to win big games? I don't know. I don't think right now, I don't think so. I don't think they are. And maybe they can learn that coming down this stretch here with this schedule. Maybe that's something they could do. I hope so. All right, let's go through some more. First of all, I want to bring up something. Let me see if I can, because Surveyor asked, didn't Malik Willis play some snaps in the Lions game? He's not on the he's not in the box score, Surveyor. So I'm just trying to find some snap counts though for him. I know they did towards the end of last year. I know they had him a couple packages and such there, but let me see if I can find something. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so I got snap counts. Yeah, he was not, it looks like. So no, not in the Lions game. At least from what I'm looking on Pro Football Reference. It's just all of his snaps came in this game from yesterday. So, but I know it was towards the end of last year. I don't know if it was a playoff game against the Eagles or not. Or if it was back into the regular season. I'm not sure. We got another text. Where was it? Let me go. Dan H. said, John Gruden said that the Packers will be using Willis and Love and having a power offense. The Packers have not used him. Willis comes in and marches the team to a TD. Last year, he starts 2 games and wins both of them. They need to incorporate him into the offense, or he'll probably be starting quarterback for another team next year. No reason to not use his skills in some capacity. Another texter a little bit earlier says, I'm not in favor of gimmicky plays when it comes to the incorporating a backup quarterback. So, no, I would say not to have Malik Willis get more reps. Another texter says, to all the people who think that Malik Willis should be starting over Jordan Love, you really do not know football. Okay, I don't think we're saying that. I'm not saying that, at least. No way do I not want Malik Willis starting over Jordan Love. And I'm not trying to pick on Malik Willis. It's just, no, Jordan Love is the starter. There should not be any. I hope there is no Packers fans out there. There's probably some, but I hope that there is no Packers fans out there saying Malik Willis should be the starter over Jordan Love. I hope there isn't. I really hope that there isn't. Just stop if you're thinking that right away. I'm potentially open to maybe incorporating a play or two with him, but I'm not big on gimmicky stuff like that either. Now, I think I'll say this with a caveat. I think if you're going to throw Malik Willis out there, Josh Jacobs has to be out there too. Because I think with Josh Jacobs out there, it at least gives you – because if he's out there, there's going to be the thought that, okay, it's going to be a running play. Maybe you're utilizing Malik Willis's legs and his scrambling ability. So I'd rather have Josh Jacobs as another option out there to try to confuse the defense. Maybe you do a little bit of a rollout with Malik Willis for a little dink and dunk pass to try to, you fake the handoff to Jacobs one way and you go the other way with Malik Willis, and then maybe he scampers for a few yards, something like that. But I think if we're counting on Malik Willis package plays to be big-time offensive plays, I'd be even more concerned about the offense at this point. Surveyor says, I think if you have two quarterbacks, you have no quarterback, so I'm thumbs down. That's kind of where the majority is going right now. Probably about thumbs down. I'm not going through every text here, but that's where a lot of you are going with this, it seems like right now. Thumbs down. Surveyor also says, DK, can you name a team that is great right now? I think you can look at 8 teams and say, yeah, they can win the Super Bowl, but no one is a world beater. I look at every team in the NFL and say that the Packers can beat them. I also think they can get their heads kicked in by those teams. Not one team has actually separated themselves from the rest of the pack. I guess when you look at it, I mean, I will say this. That was a big win for the Broncos yesterday. I know it was at Mile High, and I know the Chiefs are at 500 right now, so they're not being world beaters. But I will say that was a huge win for the Broncos. And Green Bay is going to be going up against the Broncos later on this year. I think the Rams are going to – that was a big win for them yesterday. Although, I mean, I will say this too, even with the Rams game yesterday, Sam Darnold threw – I think he threw another pick right now. What was it, 4 picks? I mean, the Rams made Sam Darnold look like Sam Darnold in the playoffs last year, where he's just like, when that guy sees ghosts, that guy really sees some ghosts. I mean, he is haunted. So even with that, Seattle still had a shot to win the game yesterday. So, and then you look at Philly, 16-9, questionable pass interference call from Detroit towards the end of the game last night. I see what you're saying, Surveyor. I definitely see what you're saying. And I would say that I don't think there is this world beater of a team right now. Where last year it was kind of like, especially maybe like in the NFC, for example, it was like, okay, it's Philly and Detroit and then everybody else, right? It was kind of like that. And when you look at it from the NFL as a whole, because I think, when we opened up this season, it was like AFC, it's going to be between these 3. It's going to be between the Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens. And right now it isn't that. But Broncos, I will even throw Patriots into this thing too. I mean, I'll say this for the Patriots. They've got some good wins on their resume. A bad loss to open up the season against the Raiders. But they've already beaten Buffalo. They've beaten the Buccaneers. They got Buffalo and the Ravens one more time. They're just that's a young team playing with a lot of confidence. Is anybody ready? I would say, is anybody confident in the Patriots to go to the Super Bowl? And that probably not, because it's a young team and they're in their first year of Mike Vrabel kind of turning things around. So I understand the apprehension about that, and I understand the apprehension a little bit with the Broncos, a couple of younger quarterbacks and such. And then you throw in the Colts with what they're doing. How about this? What if do you think the AFC is better than the NFC right now? When you talk about it from a depth perspective, like the quality of teams from top to bottom, is the AFC better than the NFC so far this year? When you look at it, because you look at the AFC, Denver would be the 1 seed, at 9-2. New England would be the 2 seed at 9-2. The Colts would be the 3 seed as an 8-2. Pittsburgh as a division leader would be 6-4 as a 4 seed. Buffalo is 7-3 as a 5. Chargers 6-4. Jacksonville 6-4, and then you got Kansas City and Baltimore just outside. Whereas NFC, I mean, you got Philly, the Rams, Bears. Tampa is the 4. Seattle is a 5. Green Bay is a 6. And San Francisco is a 7. I'll have to think about that a little bit. I think it's a fair question, though, Survey. Is there a team that you would call great at this point in time? I don't know if I could. All right, we got to take a quick break. Running a little long here. Continue to send me your thoughts, though. We'll be back after these few words. But the date on the calendar, December 23rd, we're going to be back at the VFW Post 305 on Star Avenue for our Festivus for the Rest of Us episode show. Last show of the 2025 year. So if you got the day off, maybe stop by, hang out with us, hoping to get some stuff planned for our listeners and partners and all that good stuff. So, but again, December 23rd, we're going to be over at the VFW Post 305 for our Festivus show, and we'd love everybody to come out and hang out with us for that morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. So, all right. We've got coming up next hour, about 8:30, Justice Cleveland, sports director extraordinaire for WEAU 13 News, will be joining us for our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports spotlight. Plenty more Packers chat throughout this morning. Continue to send me your thoughts. Who gets your game ball from yesterday? You got one game ball to hand out. Who are you giving it to? A lot of people going with Christian Watson. I did forget this one coming from, we had game ball goes to Emmanuel Wilson. I said before the season started that he would solidify himself as the number 2 running back, and he made the most out of it. Also game ball to Malik Willis coming in during a crucial drive and getting the touchdown. Perfect backup quarterback drive. I'd buy that too. I think those are solid ones for sure. Honestly, I kind of thought watching the clip post game or in the locker room after the game last night, I thought Malik Willis was maybe going to get a game ball, but they gave one to each member of the team. So Daniel Whelan got one, Christian Watson got one, and then Evan Williams got one too. I thought maybe they would kind of give one to Malik Willis, but not everybody's getting game balls. So, but I would definitely buy that. I got no problem with that one either. So, how you feeling this morning on a Victory Monday? You happy just because it is a Victory Monday? Or you maybe a little bit like, it's a Victory Monday, but maybe it's a little bit of a sour, just a skosh of a little bit of a sour one. Just again, that's where I'm at. Where I'm happy it's a Victory Monday. I'm happy they got the W, but I'm just like, can we stop making it so difficult on ourselves all the time? You know? But Bucks, just to switch gears here, just for a few minutes here. Bucks back in action tonight. Big game going up against the Cleveland Cavaliers, a team that swept them last year and a team that's already got a win against them this year. I mean, for a Bucks team that maybe wants to take that next step, you got to beat teams like the Cleveland Cavaliers. And I know this game, what is it, the 15th game of the season for the Bucks? It isn't, the tell-all, be-all, determine, whether you're going to win a championship or not. But it's just one of those games. Like, if you want to be one of the better teams in the Eastern Conference, in the entire NBA, you got to beat teams like this. You got to go out there and beat teams like this. And you look at these last 2 games for the Bucks, I'm like, okay, so they got an OT win against Charlotte, but you had to go to OT for that. And then you get pounded by the Lakers. I mean, you look at that first half. All right. First quarter, Lakers 30, Bucks 18. Second quarter, Lakers 35, Bucks 16. Whew. I mean, right from the get-go. Just laying the hammer down. And Kyle Kuzma had been playing some really good basketball up until that Lakers game. 1 point. 1 point. Practically nothing outside of Giannis in that game. And the Lakers are off to a good start this season. So, again, tip time for tonight's game is going to be 6 p.m. You can catch the pregame coverage, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Starting at about 5:30 this morning, or 5:30 this evening. Getting my times mixed up. So, all right, back to some more green and gold chat here. Doug says anything can happen in the playoffs, but Eagles bullied the Packers and Lions these past 2 weeks. I think the biggest thing with the Eagles, though, is just their offense. They're not putting up a ton of points. They're doing just enough. Doing just enough. But would you call the Eagles a great team right now? I think it's an interesting question that Sam throws out there. Would you consider somebody a great team at this point in the season for the NFL? A great team. Troyer on Twitter says, I think Willis is intriguing, but as a backup, he does add a wrinkle or scheme that's different from Love, but you don't take your starter out for a gadget play unless it's a naked bootleg at the goal line. I buy that too. Question we're kind of throwing out there for everybody to vote on. I might make it a little bit later on a post-class Samir 715 Speaks poll question. Do you try to find packages for Malik Willis to come into the ballgame? Do you try to find that? Now, I don't think it's to the point, remember, like Taysom Hill-esque, where they literally like converted him from a quarterback just to get him in, and then he would play quarterback. I don't think it's to that level. But do you incorporate him for maybe a couple goal line plays or short yardage type of situations? Or are you like, no, not in favor for that type of stuff? Continue to send me your picks for that. But I think that's going to be our post-glass and mirror 715 Speaks poll question. I'll put up later on tonight. All right, we got to take our final break. Running a little bit behind here, so continue to send me your thoughts. Text it or hit me up on the YouTube video stream. Quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, just a few minutes left to the top of the hour here. Got somebody on Twitter, or excuse me, on the text line saying Yankee Bomber 27. How about a game ball to Parsons for the end of the game? Yeah, we had a couple people saying Parsons a little bit earlier in the program. John wants to know, are the Eagles kind of like the Packers? They both have questionable offense and a solid defense. Maybe, but Eagles obviously have the advantage a little bit for beating the Packers. So, but I don't know. Again, this kind of goes back to the question that we threw out there a little bit earlier, or our surveyor threw out there. Is there considered a great team? Is there anybody out there that's considered a great team in the NFL when you look at it? Yay or nay? And if you think there is, who is it? Who is it? You can continue to send me those texts or comments on the YouTube video stream. Also, continue to send me who gets a game ball from yesterday. We've had Watson. We've had Parsons. We've had Emmanuel Wilson. We've had Love. We've had Evan Williams. We had Daniel Whelan. Obviously, though, Williams, Whelan, and Watson were the guys who actually got the game balls from yesterday's game. I threw out, it's only one catch, but it was a big-time catch by Savion Williams for that third down catch to extend the drive. That's maybe more of a tip-of-the-cap type of play sort of thing, but, man. I think going forward, I would like to see Matthew Golden and Christian Watson. I understand the concept of spreading the ball around and not trying to force feed anybody or such, but I really think going forward for the offense, especially with some of the dropsies that we had yesterday, we got to see Matthew Golden and Christian Watson, I think, featured more. I'm not saying that, they're, how do I want to say this? I'm not saying that they're going to be like all pros or they're all pro type players, but I'm just saying right now, I think they're your most reliable pass catching targets. That's how I see these two guys. I want to see those two guys featured more within this offense. And when J.D. Reed comes back and you start to incorporate him a little bit more for this passing game, for this offense, I think to take it up another level, it's just me, but I would like to see those two guys, Golden and Watson, featured even more in this offense. So send me your, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Also, your weekend hangover brought to you by VFW Post 305. What was the play? What was the game? What was the moment? Something. Doesn't necessarily have to be from the Packer game. That just made you like go, what? Or question you, or like just get you down. I mean, just like, oh no, why did I do that? Or why did they do that? That sort of thing. I'll tell you what mine is. Coming up after the top of the hour, we're already at the halfway mark. It's halftime. News updates. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Third quarter kicking off right now on your radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Can also hang out with us online. Tune in at sportstalk1051.com. Your Alexa devices just say, "Yo, Alexa, play WAYY." Hopefully I just turned on a bunch of Alexas for you. Also, video stream up and rolling on YouTube this morning. So coming up at the bottom of the hour, Justice Cleveland, WEAU 13 News, Sports Scene 13 will be joining us. Lots to catch up on for our local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center, McDonald. McDonald Catholic winning the 8-player state football championship with their win over Gilman on Saturday. We know the teams that will now be competing for the 11-player championships beginning later on this week, starting on Thursday. That includes Cochran Fountain City. That includes Edgar and some other teams too. So we'll go through all that. Lots of Blue Gold and Stout action, including UW Stout football. Going to be going back to the Isthmus Bowl. So the Culver's Isthmus Bowl. So they're going to be doing that on Saturday. Blue Gold Volleyball, waiting to see where they're going to be at for the national tournament. They fell in the WIAC championship game against Oshkosh, but now it's the national tournament run. Men's soccer for the Blue Golds falling just a bit short from getting back to the Sweet 16. Cross country, though, men's and women's team taking advantage of the regionals being at their home course, and they are advancing as well. So, but we'll go through all that with Mr. Justice Cleveland coming up in just a little bit. Also, it is I'm not saying, but I'm just saying Monday morning. Filling the bikes. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. What do you got? And then also it's the VFW Post 305 Weekend Hangover. And that's where I'll kick off with my weekend hangover. My weekend hangover, I'm just like, oh no. Or like, why? Or what? Or frustrating. It's like, it's kind of like when you wake up with a hangover and you're just like self-doubting a lot of stuff. It's like, why? Or you're just kind of down, right? You're just kind of down. Work week, Monday hangover, got a case of the Mondays. You're just like, why? I know it was windy yesterday. I understand that. But here we are again talking about kicking issues. Why do we got to be talking about kicking issues again? Why? I hope the wind was just a little off, but I will say this. Haversack apparently was nailing like 62-yarders, 60-some yarders pregame. So I don't know if the wind just all of a sudden got worse, and I know it was swirling. It was bad. You could tell. But for cry eye, extra points, man. Almost came back to bite us. Really did. So, I did not want to be talking about a kicking situation heading into week 12. Now, I don't know how bad McManus is hurt. He was listed as doubtful on Saturday, changed status to doubtful. So I don't know if this means he's going to be out for an extended period of time going forward. But here we are. Look at us. Back to talking kicking. So that's my, weekend hangover. There's a lot that we could choose from if you want to stick to that Green Bay game. There definitely is. My other one that I was going to throw over there was Kyle Kuzma. I like Kyle Kuzma, great. I mean, that's like the perfect, you're out and about and you're having fun, you're having a good time. Kyle Kuzma was playing some awesome ball here. And Friday we were just talking about Kyle Kuzma. Hey, finally got a role for him. He's figured it out. Or the Bucks have figured it out for a role with Kuzma. And then he just lays a big old egg against the Lakers. I mean, and this was Friday night too against the Hornets. Kuzma goes out there, 29 points. It's like, oh yeah. See, now they really, and I get it. Everybody has that type of game, but Kyle Kuzma's performance is exactly kind of like the hangover. It's like, yeah, you're having fun, you're doing a good job, you're living life, man. You're playing some great ball, and then it's like hangover. Comes off of a Friday night game where he put up where was it? 29 points in a game and had 1 point. One. And he was in the starting lineup for that game, too, against the Lakers. So I guess the moral of the story is maybe don't put Kuzma in the starting lineup. I don't know, but there's been games where he's been. Those are my 2 weekend hangovers for this morning. Kicking and Kyle Kuzma. You can send us yours if you'd like, 715-830-1912, or YouTube stream it. Visit us over there. Your thoughts, your analysis on the Packers W from yesterday. It's okay. I think it's okay to say, hey, glad we got the win. Happy we got the win. Pumped we got the win. It's a Victory Monday for Cry-Eye. But I also think it's fair to say, doesn't feel the greatest. Or maybe you're just a little bit like, it's like a slow motion thumbs up, like an awkward, like, yeah, okay, cool. And again, for me, and I know I've said it a couple times this morning, it's just I'm frustrated because this team is just making it harder. They continue to make it harder on themselves. They continue with these errors of dropped passes, not even from just the wide receivers. It's from the corners in that game yesterday. Feel like they're just making it harder on themselves. And they're going to, if this is the way they're going to play, and if this is the identity of this team, is there 4 or 5 more wins in the last 7 games for Green Bay? Is there 4 or 5 more wins in their final 7? 2 against Minnesota, 2 against Chicago, 1 against Detroit, and then Broncos and Ravens. 4 gets you to 10 wins. 5 gets you to 11. You got that tie in there, which right now is actually helping them out because of Detroit. 6-3-1. Half game behind Chicago for first place in the division. This, man, I mean, you look at the Bears' schedule coming up here. They got the Steelers, which Steelers very well could be without Aaron Rodgers in that game. Then the Bears have to go to Philly. Then it's Green Bay. Then Cleveland. Then the Packers. Then the 49ers. And then the Lions. So, I mean, 7-3. Chicago, say what you want about Chicago, and you can say about close wins, and I know some people are saying, well, who have they beaten? But they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They've put themselves in a position right now, 10 games into this thing, 7-3, first place in the division. Don't apologize for it. Just like Packers fans, we shouldn't apologize for the win yesterday. It could be like, still a little uncomfortable, but don't apologize for it. Chicago's doing exactly what they should be doing. Taking advantage of the schedule that was in front of them to open up the season. And they've done that. Is it going to get tougher? Heck yes, it is. We know Green Bay's schedule. Looking at the Lions' schedule coming up here. They now have the Giants. Then it's short week with the Pack. Cowboys. Rams. Steelers. Vikings, Bears. Well, let's throw the Vikings in here too. I wouldn't say that they're completely out of it right now. Packers, Seahawks, tough couple weeks coming up. Then they got the Commanders and then the Cowboys. I think those are 2 winnable games. Giants, Lions, Packers. This is going to be it's a crazy race, I think, to the finish line here in the next seven-ish games. Yeah, just 7 games left for Minnesota, 7 games left for the Pack and such. But from a Packer side of things, you got to worry about yourself and take care of your business, and you got to worry about improving yourself. You got to worry about taking care of your own business and getting this thing figured out. First of all, and getting just maybe healthy. to me, going forward for this is the play of the offensive line. I have got to see consistency. I have got to see better performance from this offensive line. That's where it starts for me. I want to see a better performance. I mean, Minnesota, Detroit, those teams. Denver really can get after the passer. I got to see better performance from the offensive line for me to feel better about this team going forward. But do you think, Packers fans, is there 4 or 5 wins left in this final 7? Right now, if I was to ask you to pick 4 or 5 wins, do you see it? That's why I feel like this game against Minnesota is a must-win. Because McCarthy's not playing great. Minnesota, there's maybe some frustrations. You got to take advantage of that. You got to go out there and take advantage of a young quarterback who's going through a rough stretch right now. Inexperienced, I think, is a big part of why you're seeing this type of play from McCarthy. Green Bay's gotten, with it being in Green Bay, you got to come away with a victory this weekend. Put yourself in a 7-3-1 spot going into Detroit for Thanksgiving. If somehow Green Bay wins the next 2 weeks or these next 2 games, Minnesota and Detroit, I'm feeling a little boatloads better about this team going forward. Boatloads. If they can go into Detroit and beat Detroit, heck yeah. Can they? Yes. My confidence level in it, probably not the highest right now. All right, we got to take a quick break. Continue to send me your thoughts, though. All right. Game balls, weekend hangovers. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Your thoughts. Let me know. We'll be back. Not to get overshadowed or anything, but it's probably not breaking news. But Badger football will not be going to. They're not bowl eligible again. So second year in a row that they're not bowl eligible again. Probably not too surprising for a ton of people out there. But looking at the game from this past weekend, Saturday, 31-7 against the Hoosiers of Indiana. I mean, hey, it was just 10-7 going into the half. Right, just 10-7 going into the half, but then Hoosiers putting up 21 points in the second half, and Wisconsin not able to do anything after that. So, again, what did we expect, right? But, since I'm asking Packers fans, do you see 4 or 5 wins left in these final 7 games? Do you see 1 more win for Wisconsin, 2 more wins for Wisconsin in their final 2 games? Do you see that? Or are you like, yeah, right. Hey, you got Illinois coming, and then you got the Axe coming. I think at this point, we got something to cheer for if you're a Badger football fan. 1, you want to beat Brett Bielema in Illinois. 2, you want the Axe from Minnesota, and you want to beat PJ Fleck. So, honestly, these next 2 games, yeah, I'm probably a little bit more into it because of what's at stake or who they're going up against. You're going up against Bielema in Illinois coming to Camp Randall. Yeah, I want to beat that one. I want to beat the former coach. And then, yeah, I want Paul Bunyan's Axe back in Wisconsin. So I hope, and really a lot of these players, they don't probably understand or get the whole, Brett Bielema coming back to Wisconsin stuff. And I understand, and I get it. Fans do more than what the current players do because it's been, they weren't here when it happened. But that Axe, I want it in Wisconsin, and I hope that this team in these last 2 games kind of, all right, end of our season, let's treat these almost like bowl games here, and let's, grab a couple of wins here and finish this poo-poo of a season on a positive note. So what was that line? Was it 5.5 or 4.5? I can't remember. I know I just brought it up on Friday, and I can't remember again, but I think it was 5.5. I could be wrong, but I'm a little bit more into these final 2 just because of those narratives. The Bielema and the Axe. I want it. I need it. Just give us something to end the season on a positive note. Something that we can hold on to. Something that we can look back at and be like, all right, at least we got this. At least this is something. But it's going to be tough. I'd rather have the Axe is what I'm trying to say. Paul Bunyan Axe at the Minnesota game. So, hey, really quick note too. This Friday we are going to be at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. We're going to be doing the program from Hy-Vee in Eau Claire this Friday. 6A to 10A. So hunters, if you're going to be hitting the roads that morning and doing some traveling to head on over to deer camp, stop by, grab some snacks. I think we're going to be handing out some beef jerky and such, but maybe grab some man cave light out of the coolers and take it up to deer camp before you head up over there. Plus, we're going to be doing a little bit of a donation drive because donations are going to go to our turkey fundraiser where we're going to get some turkey into the hands of some families in our need that, could use a little bit of help, could use a little bit of support for this upcoming Thanksgiving. So we're going to do a little bit of a turkey drive also on Friday morning. And then on Tuesday, November 25th, from 9 to 11 at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, be passing out those free turkeys. No questions asked. So if you or anyone you know could use a little boost this Thanksgiving, send them on over to Hy-Vee on Tuesday. Together we can all make sure that Thanksgiving is a day of food, family, and probably a little bit of football too, right? So, but Sports Talk 105.1 and the stations of Midwest Family Eau Claire are making sure nobody goes without Thanksgiving this season. All right, tell you what, I want to take a break right now so we can get to Mr. Justice Cleveland, who should be here in just a couple minutes. So we'll do that. We'll take our break and we'll do some local sports roundup with him and then get back to some more green and gold chats. Packers fans, give me your analysis. Give me your thoughts from the game yesterday. We'll be back here in just a hot minute. All right, Justice will be here in just a skosh here. So we'll get his thoughts not only on green and gold, but lots to catch up on in the local sports world with McDonald. Congrats goes out to McDonald, state champions, 8-player football. Around here for 11-player football, we got Cochran Fountain City going a little bit further to our east. We got Edgar also going to the state championship. So wrapping up the fall season with some high school state football. Lots going on in the college world, though, for the Blue Golds and Stouts. UW Stout going back to the Culver's Isthmus Bowl. And then for Blue Golds, I mean, basketball's off to a great start. We had the men's soccer team falling just a bit shy from advancing to the Sweet 16. Women's volleyball, they're going to be more than likely going to the national tournament, so they're waiting to find out where and when they will begin that. So, and then cross country, both men's and women's teams advancing to nationals too. So, but we'll catch up on all that with Justice Cleveland coming up here in just a skosh. Throughout the morning, we've been asking who gets your game balls from yesterday's win for the Pack. Majority easily going with Christian Watson. Do have a couple for Parsons. Do have a couple for Jordan Love. Those are probably the most popular picks so far. So if you got somebody else that you would throw a game ball to, send it on over. Why not? All right. Who do you think from yesterday's win deserves a game ball? We did have a couple for Evan Williams, too. I forgot to mention Evan Williams on there. So we do have a couple for him, too. But no word yet on Josh Jacobs from what I've seen from other than last night. That they sound like it's not too serious, but we'll keep you posted if anything does pop up here this morning. So, but from all accounts, it doesn't sound too serious for Josh Jacobs. So, all right, let's switch gears here for a little bit. And man was, you can pick whatever one you want. You pick whatever you want. I think that's the right one.
It's me, Goldilocks.
There we go. How you doing, man?
Good.
That voice obviously is
Angelic voice, please.
I'm sorry, angelic voice. Justice Cleveland, sports director extraordinaire. How you doing, man?
Good.
Staying busy, obviously, with everything going on. So
that's not even with the sports. That's just with the kids.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, hey, let's kick it off with a little local sports
Sounds
roundup,
good.
if you're good, just to kind of, because I know we're wrapping up football season here.
Yes.
First of all, shout out McDonald state championship. And remember, Gilman beat them earlier in the season too. So
handily.
Yeah. And then to blank them in the state championship game, what a bounce back for that group.
And that's I talked to Mark Maloney in the middle of the season. He's like, that was the one game his team actually was, felt like they really had their back against the wall. Mm-hmm. And I think that really woke them up. After that game, I think they were a different team, knowing that, hey, you might be winning these other games big, but Gilman's right there, and that's the monster that got you. And
yeah,
I think that team had a new focus, and you just watch that state title game. They had an ultimate goal, and they achieved it. And hats off to Gilman too. I mean, Rosemeyer making another big run to state. We were looking back on in 2010 when they won their last state title. It was my first year here, so I remember being down there at Camp Randall when they won that one. So great season by the Pirates, great season by the Macs, and a good way to finish up the 8-player season. And that Macs team, you could see it build in the last couple of years.
Right.
And for it to come to fruition, Mark Maloney's final game, their final game is before they move back up to 11-player well.
That's right.
So it's kind of neat to see it all finish off like that. And this area is, I think, the hotbed right now of 8-player.
Yeah.
Until people start knocking them off, this is the area.
Well, last year was Owen Withey, right?
Owen Withey. We had Thorpe down there a couple of years ago as well. So we've had some teams that make the runs, and so it's pretty neat to see.
Absolutely. And then 11-player football wraps up starting on Thursday. Probably the immediate one's Cochran Fountain City.
Yes.
Getting to the state title game.
Yeah,
so.
and in a thriller, a double overtime thriller that featured a double doink by the other team and then CFC. I mean, to be a kicker in that situation in high school, in Division 7, which, if you know anything about high school football, Division 7 kickers aren't called upon a whole lot to do much. But apparently the Lord's kicker had been perfect, I think, the whole season up until then. And then CFC kicker comes in, ice water in the veins, kicks it, and gets it, and makes them get to go to state to face St. Joe's, which will be a tough test. But, yeah, they'll play the first game on Thursday.
Yep.
And that's, for us, unfortunately, that's about all we have for local teams going there. Mondovi battled Edgar.
Yeah.
As hard as anybody's probably battled Edgar in a long time. But in the end, that team, that system Edgar has, that team is just amazing. And they're back to state. So, and I was at the Northwestern Stratford game, and Northwestern came out of the gate up 12-0, and it looked like they were going to run away with it. But Stratford, another team that just knows how to win. Been in those positions and came back and battled. But in the end, Northwestern got the victory in that one. And Baldwin Woodville, just a talented team. Last year they knocked Winneconne off in the playoffs, but this year Winneconne came back and got the victory there. So it was and River Falls, Notre Dame, what a machine of a team. Another team that moved down to D2 or up, depending on how you want to look at it there, kind of like Rice Lake, and they had met the week before. But yeah, a lot of machines on that Notre Dame team, and just too much for River Falls.
Yeah, so and then, I mean, a lot going on with Blue Gold College and Stout. I mean, UW Stout's going back to the Isthmus Bowl for their football team. They were in it last year. The
Kings of the Isthmus.
Yep. WIAC has been really, I mean, because it's the Culver's one, but you look at, I think, this is the 5th year, so it's been River Falls, I think Platteville, and now twice for Stout. So. But so they're in it. I know Blue Gold's falling in their final regular season game here too. So kind of putting a cap on the I know we got WIAC teams in the tournament and such.
I mean, and a record number of teams going to the 4 teams.
River Falls winning it outright for the first time in a long time.
1985. I looked it up. Wow. It was 1985 was the last time. So 40 years.
Yeah.
To the day. Not to the day. I wasn't going to say that. To the year. Of course, it's to the year. I don't know. Doing great. 40 years since they'd won it outright. So that's awesome for them. And so you got River Falls in, La Crosse in, you've got Platteville in, and you've got Whitewater in. So 4 teams. First time ever they've gotten 4 teams in, and it just shows you just how great the football is in this conference. The best WIAC conference, or the best WIAC. Man, oh man, we're doing great. The best NCAA Division III conference is the WIAC, and we saw it there. So, and we'll see and then Stout gets the Isthmus Bowl. So 5 teams postseason play.
Yeah, definitely
really awesome.
I know, switching over, men's soccer, Blue Gold's fallen just a bit short from getting back to the Sweet 16 last night, falling over in Minnesota for opening couple rounds. Won their first game.
Second round of 32. And, what a job Casey Holm has done with that team. And go having Nate Donovan last year to a team that could score a ton of goals.
Yep.
To a team that this year had to grind it out, but won a lot of those 1-0 games. 2-0. I mean, they weren't scoring a ton, but they had great defense, but they always had. But they to make this run after a big change like that and make those adjustments, I think the future not only is bright, it's going to continue to grow for this team. And they're going to, I feel like they're going to make a championship run here. One of these, I know they almost did last year, but this year I feel like after what they did this year, this team's just going to continue to grow and get better. And 4 years in the playoffs and 5 years of existence. That's a pretty good percentage right there.
Setting the bar high, and that's going to draw a lot of talented kids.
Exactly.
Yep. So speaking of setting the bar high and talented kids, volleyball going 5 sets to Oshkosh. We'll find out they're going to go to the national tournament.
Oh, they're in. I think if you look at all like the pairwise and all the the regional rankings, there's no doubt in my mind. I think they beat Illinois Wesleyan, which is the team that's ahead of them right now in the rankings there. So and hopefully, and it sounds like they're hoping that they get to host as well. So Sonante getting some postseason volleyball, I think that'll be awesome. And Kim Woody's, Oshkosh is a great team, and I got to see them the week before when they played for the regular season title down there at the Colf in Oshkosh. That's a tough place to play. That's a tough team, and even I'm sure Kim, as soon as they were up 2-0, said, "Don't. This team's going to come back." We got the WIAC Player of the Year, Sammy Perlberg from Chippewa Falls, and just an outstanding player. It'd be great if they could meet one more time, because I think you saw them. The first game they were missing, I don't know. I didn't look at the box score. I'm not sure if Bailey Leak was there last.
I don't think she was the first game. Yeah,
if she wasn't the first game for sure. I knew because that was the one I was there. So.
Okay,
but then the second game, you saw them come back and get closer. So I feel like another another matchup with them.
Yeah.
I don't know if they want to play. Maybe in the if they get on the opposite sides, but I'm pretty sure they'll still end up being on the same side just because of the regions. But yeah, they'll be going to the D3 tournament, and we'll find out this week. And I hope they're hosting. And then I was actually over at Colfax at Whitetail for the NCAA regionals for cross country and lacrosse. Holy cow! I mean that cross country team. Hate to say that. I know there's.
Between cross country and track and field, that's
watching them win both team titles. Hats off to them. You can't have nothing but respect for what they did. And then the Blue Golds, finishing third for the girls' side. The men's team getting having a top 10 finisher as well. Molly Hydorn it was kind of neat because I remember being like one of the first races for Molly Hydorn because it was like 2020, and the only thing going on for sports was cross country, and it happened to be a race at Colfax, and I got to watch Molly Hydorn run. Kind of full circle moment to watch her at the regionals there at Colfax at Whitetail and watch her run as well. So kind of neat for her. She finished third. They'll be at the championships, which are in South Carolina this weekend. So
what a
busy week for Blue. And that's not even talking about the teams that are now in the regular season.
Right. I mean, men's basketball continuing a hot start too. I mean, they're tournament champions from this past weekend that they were at. I mean, just a fantastic start.
Yeah.
For that group that we've talked about, and high expectations for Zach Melvik's group.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of his newer recruits, some of the ones that came last year, now getting a chance to play a little bit more. Carter Lynchkin still in there. You got the KG veteran there, the fifth-year senior that kind of ties it all together. So Andre Renta, I mean, that team, you got that good experience. Now you're mixing in some of this younger talent that you've got. Going to be a fun year, I think, for Blue Golds.
I mean, heck, their first game against St. Norbert, when you have a local kid making his debut with his, coming to back home.
Yeah, back home.
Going perfect from the field, too. So, but yeah, Blue Golds 4-0 to begin the season so far. And they're going to be going up against Bethel University, or not Bethel, excuse me. They're at the Simpson tournament coming up, which will be North Central University starting on Friday. So. But and then the women's side for basketball too. They're off to a 2-1 start to begin.
Got a buzzer beater last week to win it.
That's right.
Anna Hutchinson making that basket there late to get them the victory, and then defense holding at the end. And play that St. Scholastica at home tomorrow.
Parents' Day already, so getting it in early for Parents' Day. It looks like get it done there. Hockey's going on, I know too, and I mean wrestling's already been kind of going on here. So yeah, it's full-on winter sports.
Yeah, it's such a quick transition. And this week, girls' basketball games start tomorrow.
Oh, my gosh, for high school?
For high school. Boys are starting practice this week. I believe hockey started last. Girls' hockey has games this week, too. Wow. There are a couple boys I saw, like Hudson has some games, too. So, yeah, we're right into that. Right, just throw yourself right back into that, and then we'll have the holiday break there for a little bit, but not much.
Yeah, no kidding. So, well, good stuff. Local Sports Roundup. Brought to you by good friends from Carpet City Flooring Center. Big thanks to Justice for breaking that down. Let's take a quick break, and we're going to wrap up the third hour this morning after these quick words. Continue with some green and gold chat on a victory Monday. Packers 27-20 over the New York Giants yesterday. Continue to send us your game balls and your thoughts. We have a texter. Don't forget, if you're a first-time texter, looks like a first-time texter, if it's been a while, shoot me a name so I can give you some credit. But this texter says, I'd give Valentine a game ball. He didn't come down with the interceptions, but he was there and all over the field. So the most popular pick so far has been Christian Watson with his play.
Those catches he made.
You know, for a guy that came in, remember?
Oh, the hands.
The hands
first
were the
play
issue.
of his career.
Yeah. Now it looks like between him and Matthew Golden are probably the most reliable ones. And those are two really hard catches he had for touchdowns.
And it was, for Romeo, it was a tough day.
Mm-hmm.
I think that guy just gets beat up, though. Like, he is your middle of the field, your Don Beebe type.
Good comparison.
That's just getting, I mean, he gets crushed.
Yeah.
We saw him at the end of the game there and still come back out. So I can't hate on Romeo Dobbs.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is a tough player that goes into the trenches for a lot. So a lot of these guys don't have to get killed like that over the middle. So, and then Watson, though, I mean, that last touchdown pass, catch and pass, I gasped because it was like, what a catch.
Yeah.
I didn't think there was a chance. And he came up with it, came down with it. I mean, yeah, you were talking about hands.
Double covered and everything. Yep.
You have guys trying to, fight the ball out of there. And yeah, that was, I know it wasn't a pretty game by any means, but in a bad situation, bad weather, windy day, it's all those old Meadowlands, like the old Meadowlands you'd see with the wind swirling.
Yeah.
They used to open up the doors in the back of it so they could get the cyclone going inside. That's what it looked like. You saw trash, a couple of shots where there was paper flying around. It's like,
one time I thought it was a flag being thrown out there.
I saw that too. And it's funny because when I was in New York 2 months ago, the Meadowlands really is in the middle of nowhere. Like, you see that stadium, and it's just like there's New York, there's New Jersey, and then there's just like the Meadowlands out there. It literally in this marshy little area there. So, yeah, you can see how the wind would just like start swirling there.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think my biggest issue from yesterday's game was just another example, like team just making it a little bit harder on themselves. Yeah. Not only the receivers dropping balls, but they had chances for interceptions. Valentine with a couple. And,
if that one they catch in the end, like the game's not even close. If they get that one.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, they're maybe a couple plays away from actually the game passing the eye test a little bit more, if that's the best way to say it.
And if you're a Giants fan, that's like how every game this season is pretty much gone for them, where they're like right in it, and then somehow find a way to not be in it. And I think kudos to, again, Malik Willis as the super sub coming in, and that offense doesn't miss a beat. He comes in and leads them on a scoring drive, then leaves the game with the perfect stat line of 2 for 2 and a touchdown. So I that's why I'm so glad they have not. I'm sure they've gotten offers. The rumors of the Bengals earlier in the season, looking to get them. But having a backup like that come in, and you don't feel like the offense misses a beat, and honestly gets a different dynamic when he does come in compared to Jordan, because Malik's just a little more fast.
Yeah, you can do the naked bootlegs. You can do a little bit more of the read option type of things on there too.
That's why, I would like this. I know they don't want to get him hurt, because obviously if Love banged up, if he gets hurt, then you're in trouble. But man, I'd love to see them use him. They did a couple times last year where they.
You're talking Malik?
Yeah, Malik. Put
towards
him
the
out
end
there.
Of the season, yeah.
Well,
that's kind of the question I've been throwing out this morning. Do you think they should put him in? It's been, I'd say, probably about 50-50 right now between some
I don't want him as starter by any means.
No.
Jordan Love is your starter, and I know people. Yeah, he's never even when he's having his best streak like he had early in the season, people still are like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then this offense kind of falls apart for a little bit, and then it's all on him, which I don't think it is. That line
is horrible.
Yeah. The fact that they averaged 5.5 yards a carry yesterday is pretty amazing. But you have, that line, there's so much push. And you watch it off the right side. They are moving early, just trying to protect Jordan Love. You can watch those snaps back, and you'll see the Packers. I don't know how
there was a couple times I'm like, ooh.
How they're not getting called for, because it must be just perfectly timed with the snap. But they are trying to get that cone around Jordan as quick as they can, and you can see that. I'm sure it's going to show up on film for any defense that's watching there. So if I can see it, And my X's and O's knowledge is bupkis. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tough for that, but for them to, that's one of those wins that you need.
Mm-hmm.
You're back to 6-3-1. You're a little more confident than everybody else in the division. Well, the Bears won,
But
they were
still,
playing the Vikings,
yeah.
but now you play the Vikings, and then so you're right there.
That
again.
division is still way up in the air. I mean, right now the Lions are not in the playoffs as the playoffs started today, which I don't know if I would bet on that to happen. So, but that's the state of the NFC. I mean, you look at the AFC too. The Chiefs wouldn't be in the playoffs if it started today,
and I wouldn't bet against them.
No. So
there's no dominant team this year.
That was the other question that was posed this morning from a listener. Who is there a dominant or a great team right now?
I don't know if there is. I mean, you see Buffalo yesterday come back and play like the potential they have. All these teams have a ton of potential.
Mm-hmm.
And Packers are one of those. Eagles are one of those. But that game was kind of an old school football game with the Eagles.
But it's 2 weeks in a row they haven't hit over 20 points either.
Yeah.
So
I think it's just one of those where the defenses figure out things so quickly in this league that you have to be constantly evolving. And I think that's the same thing we saw. I'm not saying like we're at the end of the Mike McCarthy era, but we saw that offense get stale with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers there for a while. I think Matt LaFleur's realizing it, that teams have kind of figured out a little, especially when you have no line.
Yeah.
That what you're doing, those inside handoffs aren't going to get you much when teams know that's what, but you have to keep trying.
Yeah.
Because you can't become one-dimensional because with that line, don't have the protection to be one-dimensional.
Right.
And even when he's like, you're like, well, he doesn't air it out enough. It's like there are times he doesn't have a lot of time to even set up to air it out. Right. So the ones that he did are like the ones where he's telling the guy just go deep and just throwing it down there as hard as he can. So I think it's funny because you're watching that other, watching New York play, and you have like a John Runyon Jr. over there on the other side. It's like, man, the depth that they had a couple years ago is completely gone.
That's where I think a lot of these offensive issues are stemming from this offensive line play. It's, whether it's run or pass protection or anything like that. It's just, to me, that's the frustrating part of it all. Is I don't see. There is just not consistent good blocking up front.
No, and I think the Banks signing right now is one of the worst ones they've had in a long time because he's not doing anything for the team. Haven't been out there. To me, it's the Jeff Saturday, where you have this guy who was Jeff Saturday is a Hall of Fame caliber player. I don't know if Banks is quite that level, but you have these former All-Pro Pro Bowlers that come in, and right now it does not look good because they're not adding anything, and you lose Elton Jenkins, you lose guys like that. You need those pillar guys, and you don't have it. So you can see why the offense has been struggling, but that's where now they got to go back into the lab and just find a way to create plays that teams aren't expecting. But the defenses are so tough in this league. I
would, going forward though, I'd like to see, and I know LaFleur is more like, hey, spreading the ball, a certain package, but honestly, I'd like to see Watson be maybe featured a little bit more, Matthew Golden.
Yeah.
Maybe those two guys. I mean, to me, Watson is their biggest game changer from that wide receiver department, I think.
I totally agree because the speed. Like, I don't know where he's at after the knee injury.
Right.
But it doesn't seem like he's lost much.
No.
And his hands have looked – he looked like he bulked up. Yep. And that's what happens a lot of times when you have that lower body injury is that you kind of work your upper body to get that while you can't do it. And I think he's done that. And the confidence, to me, is there that wasn't there for the first couple years.
Yep.
So I think he's come back. And that potential to be that star that we've seen in flashes, especially that first year where he had all the touchdown catches at the end of the year, that's there. It's just a matter of can they find a way to kind of use that more, and I think we saw it yesterday. I mean, he was the go-to guy yesterday in those big situations.
Yep. I think Golden is that. I mean, we heard all through preseason and training camp, like, oh, he's got the best hands on the team and that. So it's like, okay, if that's the case and we're going through some dropsies, which let's try to feature that. We talk about speed and that too. That's another guy. And then when hopefully Jane Reed's coming here along soon, but that'll be kind of worked in. It's not going to be, oh, he's cleared and playing right away. That sort of thing. But
I know we got a shot clock's ticking down here, but I mean, quickly. I mean, is it almost like too much? We talked about how it's like, oh, this is so great. They have this much depth. That is it like they don't really have that one
You know what? That's an interesting question. Let's bring that up coming up past the 9 o'clock hour, because I think that also factors into Josh Jacobs a little bit, and something we were kind of talking a little bit about earlier. But I think that's a good question to throw out. Is there a thing of too much depth at the playmaking position? Maybe offensive line. I think we want depth.
You want
years.
depth, yeah.
But with
defensive backfield, sure.
Right, yeah, no question about it. So. But I think that's an interesting point. All right, shot clock is going to cut us off here in about 25 seconds. So continue to send us your game balls. Who would you give a game ball to? Majority is Watson. If you got somebody else that's maybe hasn't been mentioned enough, you could text it on over to us, 715-830.
What about the punter?
Oh, I gave him a game ball.
All right, good.
Yeah. I mean, that guy flipped the field yesterday.
That was amazing.
And considering some of the snaps, too, to be able to get them off. Although, laces out, Dan. On the one. It just worked out perfectly, Dan and that. So, all right, 3 in. We got one more to go. The final quarter coming up after these news updates. The final quarter, final hour kicking off right now, and we got JC and the EC here for a little bit longer, so let's jump right into it, shall we? Continuing to talk some green and gold after their 27-20 victory yesterday to improve to 6-3-1 on the season. Looking up, though, to the first place Chicago Bears, who might not have to play Aaron Rodgers now. Aaron Rodgers probably really looking forward to going back to Chicago, being an owner, and he might not even play now. So
he's watching his team round into shape now.
Right? Yeah, no kidding. So go Mason Rudolph. All right, come on now, dude.
Goodness.
Let's do it, dude.
Mason Rudolph.
Need you.
Was he always? Has he been there the whole time, or did he like?
He was with Tennessee last year.
Thank you. I was to say because I remember him being there, and then
and then
he was the future at one point.
He was, and just hanging around.
Yeah,
as
it could be the future next year.
It could be.
That's because they went through the Fields and Russell
Wilson last year, and they brought back Mason Rudolph as a precautionary, I guess.
Brian Hoyer and the Patriots.
Yeah, Brian
and Matt Flynn in the
Matt Flynn in the Packers. Yep. So
get a good backup.
That's why when everybody was like last offseason, trade Malik Willis for a high pick. No, thank you.
No,
because of a reason like we saw yesterday. If you need him for one drive, or two drives, or a game or two, I'd rather have that quality backup instead of throwing out Seneca Wallace or, no offense, Scott Tolzien.
And we've seen, I think in the NFL, and I don't want to get too much of a tangent because times, but how valuable these guys are at quarterback and how much talent there is, and they might have just been in the wrong. You just look at this season,
systems, yes.
The amount of guys that have bounced around, but are even like go down to Arizona. That's starting there. Like that's a guy who's got a ton of experience. You don't realize how many games he's started in his career. Same with like Jameis.
Yeah.
Like I forgot Jameis has been in the league like 11 years.
2015 he was a rookie. Yeah.
Like it's like it shows you just how valuable backups are in this league. And almost every team has had to have gone to one this year.
Look at San Francisco.
Yeah.
Mac Jones, a little bit younger, but still, I mean, starting experience and such. And I think it's smart for those guys to go to a team maybe in their second run. What's best suited for me? How can I maybe get Mac Jones going to Kyle Shanahan to help Sam Darnold, for crying out loud? Oh,
exactly. That's who I was thinking of right away. It's like Sam Darnold, go to Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones.
Yep.
It helps when your running backs, putting up all world numbers, but somehow not getting MVP.
But going into a good situation, I think, is huge for these younger quarterbacks that get a second chance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we saw that a lot when we were younger. As guys get these second chance with teams. I think of like Rodney Peete.
I was the first name I thought of.
Goes to has a tough time with the Lions, but then like in Carolina, like his end of his career was actually really good, and so we saw a lot of that happen. I think we're seeing that again, where it's like you can't write these guys off. Malik Willis was written off.
Yeah,
the Packers didn't have to give really anything away.
7th round pick.
Yeah, and now they could probably triple their money off of that deal. So you can never count out these guys because their talent's there. And a lot of it's how much are they willing to work, which we've seen a lot of these guys are.
Right.
And finding that right fit.
Yep.
So
definitely.
I don't know how we got off to that. Because Aaron Rodgers and Mason. Well, we went real far off there.
We did. It comes full circle, though.
Yep.
We're back to, I think, an interesting question that you posed. Is it possible with this Packers offense, do they have, because what was it, last year, the year before, hey, do they have a number one? Do they need a number one wide receiver? That was that debate. Well, no, you spread it around. And I think there's merits to each. I think on one hand, a lot of maybe Packers fans got tired of seeing Rodgers pinpoint just Devontae Adams instead of, everybody's going to go to like the 49ers playoff game, right? That deep throw and, Allen Lazard's wide open across the middle and that sort of stuff. But on the other hand, when you need a catch, when you need a play, it's always nice to have that one go-to guy that you can consistently trust, or a game wrecker. Like, I don't think anybody's doesn't want a Devontae Adams in his prime on their team, for crying out loud.
I mean, they had one.
Yeah.
And it was Tucker Kraft.
Yeah.
That was their main guy for most of the season, and obviously he's gone. So now you kind of got that void of who is going to be that clutch guy, and I think we saw Christian Watson do that.
Yep.
Is that going to be the consistent thing? It's tough for him to take shots down. When you're not getting those big, deep plays on a consistent basis, that's where people start questioning, is there a number one receiver? And I don't know if that's so true with his team. I think a lot of it still comes down from those protection breakdowns.
Yes.
And not having that ability. But then again, that's on the floor to start moving Jordan Love around. We saw a lot of that with Aaron Rodgers when that protection wasn't there.
Yep.
Of moving him and letting him throw on the run. I think Jordan can throw on the run.
Yep.
I don't know if anybody has the Aaron Rodgers ability to throw on the run, but we saw when they faced each other, both of them having that same boot throw.
Yep.
That they both could have the pretty great arm strength. So
Exactly.
I hope. I don't know. I would right now, if I had to, I'd put Christian Watson as your one.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you can't discount what like Romeo does in the trenches there, and then having the ability to have those young guys step up when you need them.
Mm-hmm.
And if one of them emerges, it could happen. I just don't think they're going to be game planned as much as like Romeo and Christian Watson at this point, or even when you get some of the guys that aren't healthy back,
like a Jaden Reed
Yes.
or something like that. And I just wonder, like, I think Matt LaFleur always talks about, hey, we've got certain packages for everybody. We don't like just pre-plan a lot for one guy or pinpoint on one guy and that sort of thing. And I understand that there's merit to that, but I honestly wouldn't mind if they started to maybe incorporate more for a guy like Christian Watson, maybe a little bit more for Matthew, because I think we all know the talent is there for Matthew Golden. We're just not maybe seeing enough of the opportunities.
right? And that's the tough thing when you come in as that high pick as a wide receiver, is those expectations are outstanding. And then we've for years have talked about how that learning curve for wide receiver in the NFL is huge.
Yep.
And for every Justin Jefferson, there's 20 other receivers that have been picked that have taken either time to develop or never developed at all.
Yep.
So I'm not going to write him off at all. And it's good because he doesn't need to be the main guy.
Right.
So I think that he can.
He may be frustrated, and I think he is to a point. He's not getting more, but hopefully it doesn't like fester a little bit.
Yeah.
The whole Malik Heath situation kind of seems like, I wonder if there was some frustration from him and he let it be because Bo Melton's getting more reps ahead of him now.
Yeah.
I think there was probably, I know Matt LaFleur didn't want to taltalk about it after the game.
When you're left for, just team decision, there's usually something there.
Right.
If there's smoke, there's fire, usually with those situations. So,
yeah.
And do you think they thought they were going to sneak things by with the Bo Melton thing 2 weeks ago?
I think they did.
I think they're like, okay, we're going to come with him. He's going to be our secret weapon.
Yep.
And it just
I think they did. And he made a nice play with the end around yesterday
Yeah.
using his speed in that, but then you didn't really see him a whole lot after that.
No. I think the game before they were trying to be
Too cute.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like this is we don't have Tucker Kraft. This is going to be our guy. We're going to sneak in there and see if they have any plan for him. And it just didn't work. Nothing worked in that game, honestly, in the offense. So.
No, it didn't. So, and, it might just take one play too, but I mean, it was such a huge play by Savion Williams yesterday.
Yes.
That third
I wanted
down
to
contested catch. And, and here's the thing too, I will say that I think Love so far does a better job than what Rodgers did in a situation like that. Third down. Got to have that first down. To go to a guy like Savion Williams,
right?
To give him a chance to make a play like that. I don't know if Rodgers would have done that. That's where I think that pinpointing to that one guy would have gone. We're like, okay, we're 17.
Yep.
That sort of thing. Where he could have been triple teamed, and we've seen him get triple teamed, and you're still throwing it to. But Jordan Love, giving that guy a chance to make a play, is where I think we see Love do that more than maybe what we saw Rodgers do.
Yeah, because Rodgers is a guy who didn't want to didn't want to turn the ball over.
Right.
So he wasn't really going to throw into traffic too much, but he might. But just
if Devontae's there, he might.
Yeah. But
because there's that trust factor.
Love also just has that unique ability of throwing that ball either by design, and it's a lot of credit to the receivers making those catches, but where there's one place for it to kind of go above the defender.
He kind of floats it a little bit more,
And these guys know when they need to time the apex of their jumps and just somehow are able to come. I mean, Watson's in the end zone was kind of the same thing, too.
Yeah.
And the one, was it the Willis one? Now that has nothing to do with Jordan. I had no idea. Like, I thought that ball, he was dead to the rights. And then for him to somehow find that window, too.
Yep.
And it, again, that goes a lot with the receivers staying with it, too. So I think it's a talented group.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of being able to find a way to have enough time to get it to them.
Right.
That's been the major issue.
And I think, with the Malik Willis thing here to kind of wrap it up, when he comes in, I do think there is a confidence from that receiving group that, okay, he comes in, we still can move the football.
Yeah.
Like, they saw it last year, but they saw plays from it last year. And I think that's a big difference for a lot of teams, too, if a backup comes in, if those receivers don't have confidence. Like, I'll go to this, like when, last year, Devontae, I think it might have been Jordan Love playing in that Kansas City game. The body language from Devontae was just kind of like he didn't look like a guy who trusted Jordan Love.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference with Malik Willis with this group, that they trust Malik Willis.
Right. I'll be surprised if Malik Willis makes it is on that team next year because the way he has played stepping in there, somebody's going to probably give them an offer that like it's going to be hard for them to refuse, especially when you need O-line help.
Yeah. And I hope Malik cashes in somewhere, but I also hope, too, if he can, double dip and go to a system that's actually going to placate to him.
Right. Because you're going to hate to see it because I think back to the Matt Flynn.
Yeah.
Goes to Seattle. It's not his system.
No.
Russell Wilson's there, who's a perfect fit for that Pete Carroll system that they had there.
Yep.
Matt Flynn, to his credit, makes the money.
Yeah.
You can't deny it. And like people are like, oh, he made all that. It's like, yeah, they signed him. What was he going to do? He had a 6-touchdown performance against the Chiefs the year before.
The Lions.
The Lions.
That last game,
they lost to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But
yeah, a perfect season.
Yep. So, I think if he can find it, and I think if the team can, I don't know, do you know his contract situation? If
he's a free agent after this year.
Free agent. So, it's going to be tough for them to pony up that much money when you need that help on the line. So,
really quick, our friend Brandon Berg texted us saying Rodney Pete.
He was, I saw that.
Okay.
I'll throw, let's see how many Lions quarterbacks. Andre Ware, Scott Mitchell, Eric
Kramer, Don Mikowski.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vince Ferragamo. I believe he was
That's a really nice pull.
I think it was Vince. If I'm wrong, somebody will let me know.
I mean, the great Joey Harrington for a hot minute. Throw him
Dan Orlovsky.
Dan Orlovsky.
The McMahon. The one who started a few games for him. They had a different. It was not.
Yeah. Oh.
Not Nate. It was something McMahon though. There was a different one that they had.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about.
Down memory lane.
See, I mean, we had a listener a couple weeks ago say he loves it when you and I talk about old school stuff. So, still saying 90s, 80s theme podcast, sports podcast coming at you.
Especially when it gets nice and cold in the winter. We might have to do that.
Yep. All right, dude, you got to head out. So we appreciate you stopping by, and I'm not going to see you next week. So happy Thanksgiving to you.
You too. Thank you. And all the listeners out there as well. Have a good holiday. Enjoy the turkey. Good hunting out there too.
Yes. So, all right, buddy. We'll catch up with you soon. Quick break, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Who gets your game balls? Continue to send those on over 715-830-1912. Text it. You can also hit us up on the video stream if you'd rather do that on YouTube. So, Hunters, by the way, remind you one more time, if you got any good stories, any good traditions, good memories, email me, mancavepodmail@gmail.com, mancavepodmail@gmail.com, so we can share those stories. On this week's episode of the Man Cave Podcast, I want to make it a hunting theme one and such. So you can send those on over if you're good with me sharing them. All right. So it's that time of year, traditions, good memories, all that good stuff. So even the ones you miss, because sometimes I feel like those are probably the ones that make the good stories, or the ones that actually stick with you just a little bit longer. So feel free, if you don't mind, send those to me via email, mancavepodmail@gmail.com. Obviously, we have been talking a lot of Green Bay this morning, a lot of Packers this morning after their win yesterday, 27-20 against the New York Giants. Not really, the prettiest game, but a win's a win, right? Win's a win. So this was from Zach Cruz. The behind of line of scrimmage stuff in the passing game mostly ended Sunday. Jordan Love attempted 13 of his 24 passes at least 10 yards down the field. LaFleur actually let him play quarterback, and Love was terrific. That's one thing, too, I will say, and I talked a little bit about it in the first hour, is I thought LaFleur and Love had themselves a good game on yesterday. I don't put a lot of blame on them for the drop passes, offensive line, countering all that. I thought they did a decent job for a week that we were really ragging on them, maybe more so Matt LaFleur. I thought they had a nice game yesterday. Some Pro Football Focus grades. Offense. Highest graded offensive player. If you are a Pro Football Focus believer, Jordan Love, highest grade, 93.1. That is an elite grade, according to Pro Football Focus. This is good to see. Aaron Banks, 83.4. He had himself a good game yesterday. Christian Watson, 82.1. Zach Tom, 72.4. Matthew Golden, 70.2. The highest defensive grades yesterday. One of them is a little bit surprising to me. Micah Parsons, top one, 89.6. Keyshawn Nixon, 84.5. Second best. That one surprised me a little bit. Xavier McKinney, third best. Javon Bullard, Carrington Valentine. So, three corners, your top three corners, with Bullard being your nickel, all being listed in top 5 for defense. A little surprising for me, considering the middle of the field is open. But a lot of that, I think, has to deal with the zone coverage and the linebackers not dropping deep enough, not dropping back in their zones quick enough. That's where I feel like a lot of the issues came from, especially in that first drive when there was just middle of the field was open and the Giants were able to convert, first downs on third downs. The middle of the field was open. I think a lot of that had to do with the linebackers not dropping back into their zones quick enough or in the right areas. And that's what allowed the Giants to extend those drives. Micah Parsons, rinse and repeat, the most pressures, 6. After that, not a whole lot. Isaiah McDuffie and Rashawn Gary tied for 2. Pressures allowed. Rasheed Walker had 2. Aaron Banks had 2. Jordan Morgan had 2. Sean Ryan 1. Zach Tom 1. So 4, 6, 7, 8 pressures given up from that offensive line going up against that. A very solid defensive front from the Giants. So there's a lot of national people right now. And I'll be honest, I'm not listening, but I'm seeing a lot of people talking about it on social media. But apparently there's a lot of national people this morning still saying Jordan Love played awful yesterday, that he wasn't good. Again, I don't know the full context of what they're seeing, but I'm seeing some people saying that Jordan Love played awful yesterday. And I will respectfully disagree. We all have our opinions. We all have our sports opinions in that, but I will respectfully disagree. And I think if you actually watch that game, you actually watch that full game and know the kind of pressure the offensive line was allowing. I mean, just 8 of them right there. I thought Jordan Love played well. Box score isn't going to show that. Stat sheet isn't going to show that. I thought he played well. And I thought that Matt LaFleur also kind of maybe took the handcuffs off of him a little bit. I felt like the last couple of weeks, we were talking about like bubble screens, like Carolina net. A lot of at the line of scrimmage throws or behind the line of scrimmage. Instead of going vertical, they were going horizontal. Get the ball down the field. Move the ball down the field. It's like when you're teaching kids or coaching little kids in football or flag football, and you're doing a handoff play. It's like run north and south, run straight, or even like on kick returns, just run straight, go forward. And it felt like Carolina, Philadelphia, even there was so many horizontal stuff instead of just going straight. Go towards the goal line. Don't go towards the side. Go towards the goal line. And it felt like watching that game yesterday, they were doing more of that. So I respectfully disagree with, and I'm sure there's going to be more. I'm sure there's going to be that. But I think anybody who watched that full-on game yesterday knows that Jordan Love had a solid game. Was it a fantastic? Is he going to win Player of the Week? Heck no. He's not. He's not going to win Player of the Week. But, I mean, come on. To say that he was awful yesterday? No. You're wrong. You're wrong. All right, we got to take another break. We got a half hour left. Final calls for some final thoughts on the Packers win from yesterday. I think it's fair to say, hey, happy with the win. Really glad we got that W. Back in the win column after losing 2 straight. But it wasn't pretty. Wasn't fancy. Maybe you're not feeling all hunky-dory on a victory Monday. I get it. I understand it. Because I'm probably there with you too. Happy about a W. Happy that we got a victory Monday. Because there was a point in time yesterday when I was watching that game that I'm like, I'm really going to have to talk about losing to the Giants. And I was not looking forward to it. Yeah, I lost a little faith yesterday, not going to lie. So, got the win. That's the most important thing. It's the only thing that matters. But I think we can also say, but it wasn't the prettiest thing, and maybe you still don't feel uber confident. But, okay, on the same breath, if they go out there and dominate the Giants, are you all of a sudden feeling better, like, okay, back to being a Super Bowl contender? Maybe you are just a little bit. Probably a little bit more than what you feel right now, but I think you'd be happy about the win. And it's that typical coach speak. You're happy about the win, but you got a lot to clean up. And things are going to get even more difficult going forward. But final thoughts. Start to send those on over, text it, or comment on the video stream. Quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. Reminder, Bucks are back in action tonight. Taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Tip time is going to be at 6 p.m., which means coverage will begin at about 5:30. Bucks looking to improve to 9-6 while handing Cleveland, spit it out, Dan, their sixth loss of the season. You know, we kind of highlighted this a little bit last week. This stretch run here for the Bucks might be kind of a good early test, early good gauge for this Bucks team because, well, they got the win on Friday against Carolina. Had to go to overtime. Charlotte, I'm sorry. Got football in my mind. Carolina Panthers. They got the overtime win against the Hornets on Friday. But then they kind of get dominated by the Lakers. And that kind of started a stretch here. This Lakers, starting with the Lakers game, of, I would say, a tough portion of the schedule because you got Cleveland tonight. Then you got Philadelphia. A Detroit team that is off to a fantastic start. Portland, Miami, New York. You can say what you want about maybe a couple of those teams in there, but I think it's a good early kind of gauge here. And just looking way ahead, because I've got the schedule up here. So they got Detroit 3 times starting on Saturday. So from November 22nd to December 6th, they play Detroit 3 times. 2 of those times are in Milwaukee. And the next time they play Detroit wouldn't be until April, it looks like. And the reason I'm just bringing that up is because when you look at the standings right now in the NBA and where things are currently at, Detroit is the top team in the East, 11-2. The only team yet still, we talked about this on Friday, but they are still the only team with double-digit wins in the Eastern Conference, whereas the Western Conference has 3 and a boatload of teams sitting there at 9. There's only 2 teams in the East sitting there at 9 wins, Cleveland and Atlanta. And I think, too, for this game with the Cavs and for the next couple of games or few games here, we want to see this Bucks team beat some really good competition. Beat the teams that they may have to face in the postseason to get to an NBA Finals. That is going to be the Cavs. That is going to be the Pistons. You know, 76ers right now are the 6th seed in the East. Could very well be them. I want to see this Bucks team beat. I mean, they got swept by Cleveland last year and already lost to Cleveland this year. You've got to beat teams like Cleveland. You've got to beat teams like Detroit. I don't care. As long as Giannis is on this team, the expectation and the goal should be a championship. That's just my opinion. That should always be the expectation. That should always be the goal. And for them to do this, for this season, you have got to beat these teams. And I know it's still early. What, Bucks are how many games in? 14 games into this season. So that's what, about 17%. We're not even through the first quarter of the season yet. Just give us a glimpse or give us, some sort of early look that you can go and beat these good teams. Because if you can, if you're going to go all season long with losing records to the Pistons, to the Knicks, to the Cavs, et cetera, what are you going to do in the postseason then? Probably a whole lot of nothing. And it's probably going to be another quick, exit from the postseason. So I know it's only the 15th game of the season for the Bucks tonight. I want to see them beat the Cavs. I want to see them win every game, but enough's enough by getting beaten by the Cleveland Cavaliers. You want to be one of the top teams in the Eastern Conference? You want to compete for a championship this year? You got to beat this team. When we heard Giannis talk about after the Bucks beat the Knicks earlier in the season, kind of that hurdle, that mental hurdle, he talked about how the Knicks swept them last year. Got to beat teams like the Knicks this year. You could tell, like they really wanted that win, and maybe it was just kind of a mental hurdle to clear. Well, if that's the case, you got to do that against Cleveland tonight. not calling it a must win. It would just be let's get a feel good win and a solid win. And right now, of the top 10 teams in the Eastern Conference, the top 10 teams, playoff teams, one team is in the negative for point differential, and that's the Milwaukee Bucks. Granted, it's by negative 0.4, but you got, in order, Pistons 6, 6.8, 4.2, 3.6, 4.8, 2.7, negative 0.4, 3.1, 1.5, 4.6 for Boston, who's the 10th team. By the way, Chicago really fallen off. They've lost 5 in a row right now, but they're 5-1 at home. So that's what I want to see. And I want to see Kyle Kuzma. I don't know if we jinxed him or not, but that was just a poo-poo of a game against the Lakers. Hopefully he can bounce back and do something. Do something, because he really didn't do anything in that game against the Lakers. 6 attempts, 1 point. Game on a free throw, obviously. 5 fouls. 5 fouls in 20 minutes, too. That was a rough night. A little bit of a different lineup for that game, too, because, well, I mean, they didn't have they had Gary Trent Jr. coming off the bench, but, yeah, they had Kyle Kuzma in the starting lineup with Giannis and Turner and A.J. Green and Ryan Rollins for that one. So, we'll see what they got in store tonight. Couple more game balls to hand out before we have to get to our final break and wrap it up with some picks. We got one more game for Week 11 tonight. It's the Cowboys versus the Raiders. Cowboys versus Raiders. So we'll pick that game, plus the Bucks and some other NBA games and NHL games. But a couple more game balls to pass out. Christian Watson was by far the biggest leader, followed up by Jordan Love, Williams, Parsons. Those are probably the most popular picks. Got a few for the punter, Daniel Whelan, too. So I know I kind of dabbled into this question today, but I want to maybe bring it up a little bit more tomorrow. So this is your homework assignment. Would you like to see, or do you think this Packers offense needs to feature Watson and Matthew Golden more going forward? You know, the philosophy for the last couple of years has been they don't need a number one wide receiver. They want to spread the ball around. They want to do, equal shares. Yes, they have certain packages designed for certain people, but they don't want to force feed it. But going forward, do you think, in your opinion, for this offense to maybe really hit their mark a little bit, or for this offense to maybe play more consistent or even be better, do you feel like they need to feature Watson? And I'll throw Matthew Golden in there too, because I think that guy is still uberly talented, just not getting a ton of opportunities. And he only played 17 snaps in this game. And it's because he's coming off of an injury. So think about that. That's your homework assignment. I kind of want to dabble into that tomorrow. I know we touched on it a little bit, but I really want to break it down tomorrow. All right, let's take our final break, and then we'll wrap it up. Final call for any, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, or your weekend hangovers. Final call for game balls, or any final thoughts on the win from yesterday. Send those on over. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. Tim in the Cooley region saying, I'm not saying the Badgers are a good watch on TV, but I sure enjoy watching the defense, especially the young linebackers. It's a good one. I will say, I'm going to be into it a little bit more for these final 2 games for Badger football. I'm going to be into it a little bit more because I want to beat Bielema and I want Wisconsin to take the axe. That's got something to watch here for the next 2 weeks. And I hope that they can, if I had to pick one, I think it'd obviously be the Minnesota one. I really want them to get Paul Bunyan's axe, and I hope they can. But, yeah, I'd be lying if I said I didn't really care about the final 2 weeks of the Badger football season. There's a little bit more now in it for me because let's end this tumultuous, you know what I mean, crappy season. I'm struggling with words this morning. Let's end this season on a good note, on a high note. Let's pick up a win against Brett Bielema coming back to Camp Randall, and let's go and get that axe. That's what I want to see. So I'm into it a little bit for these final couple weeks of this Badger football season. All right, let's wrap it up with some picks. Start off in the NHL world. Carolina at Boston. I'll go with the Hurricanes. Edmonton at Buffalo. Give me Edmonton. Vancouver in Florida. Give me the Panthers. Give me or it's Kings and Capitals. Give me the Capitals. We got Montreal taking on Columbus. I'll go with Columbus. And Utah. Ooh, man. Utah at Anaheim. Got to go Anaheim. Going to go with the Ducks. Let's move to the NBA world. Pacers, Detroit. Got to go Pistons. Clippers, 76ers. I'm going to go with the 76ers. Knicks, Heat. Oh, Knicks. Charlotte and Toronto. I'll go with the Raptors. Oklahoma City taking on the Pelicans. Pelicans just firing their head coach. I'm going to go OKC. 17.5 favorite for the Thunder. Whew. And then Chicago at Denver. Denver, 14.5 point favorite. Chicago stinking on the road, as we were just talking about. So I got to go Denver. I picked OKC, right? I don't know if I said the line, but I don't know if I picked the winner. And then we've got Dallas at Minnesota. Minnesota, 14.5 point favorite. All right, rocking and rolling. I got the T-Wolves. And then the Bucks at Cleveland. Cleveland, 6.5. I'm going to go Cleveland. I hope the Bucks win, though. I hope the Bucks win, but I'm going to go Cleveland. And then tonight's Monday Night Football game, the Cowboys taking on the Raiders. I'm going to go with the Cowboys to pick up the win tonight. So, not that it matters. Let me see if it does matter, if like tie-breaking scenarios or anything like that. No, it doesn't. If the playoffs were to start today, regardless of, I think it would be regardless of tonight's game. Yeah, regardless. Doesn't matter. I didn't know if strength of schedule was going to come into play. If the playoffs started today, as we wrap up week 11, we got 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 7 more weeks to go. 7 more games to go here. AFC, Denver be the top seed. Big win for Denver. Yesterday going up against the Chiefs. I mean, I think that's a big win also from a mental standpoint. At home, taking on the Chiefs, division. Yeah, big win for Denver. They'd be the top seed. We got New England would be the 2 seed. Indianapolis would be the 3 seed. Pittsburgh, 4 seed. 5 seed Buffalo. 6 seed Chargers. 7 seeded Jacksonville Jaguars. That's how your AFC standings look right now. In the NFC, Philadelphia would be the top seed. The Rams would be the 2 seed. Bears 3rd, Tampa Bay 4th, Seattle 5th, Green Bay 6th, San Francisco 7th. You'd have 2 division matchups in the NFC playoffs if it started today. 49ers visiting the Rams, Packers visiting the Packers. And maybe this could be a nice little question for tomorrow too, because we got a few minutes left here. Maybe we could throw this out there. Okay, if these 2 teams don't make the playoff, I'll throw these, put 3 out there. Between Ravens, Chiefs, and Lions, Which one of those three would be the most surprising for you if they didn't make the postseason? Would you be more surprised if the Ravens don't make it? Would you be, and I know they had some injuries and such, but from a preseason expectation standpoint, of those three teams, which one would be the most surprising if they didn't get to the postseason? I mean, I think we all assume Denver, maybe not all, but I think a lot of people assume Denver after making the postseason last year, probably in line to take another step this year, and they obviously have done that. Same could be said for the Chargers, maybe taking another step this year. So a little bit of a more difficult division for the Chiefs and such. Lions, you lose your two coordinators. You're also in a tough division. Ravens would be up there. Oh, man. The thing is, if Lamar Jackson wasn't hurt and he didn't miss any time, I'd probably pick the Ravens because I think, from a division standpoint, and the Ravens still could win the division. And considering how everything else played, I'd probably pick the Ravens, but the Lamar Jackson injury obviously affected this team. Probably Kansas. Oh, it's between. Ooh, that's a tough one. I got to think about that. So we'll maybe revisit that for tomorrow. But think about that a little bit. Of those three, man, that'd be another good poll question. That'd be another good one to kind of throw out there. Of those three teams, if they don't make the playoffs, because if the playoffs started today, which we know obviously they don't, which one is the most surprising for you if they weren't to make the postseason? Chiefs, Lions, Ravens. Three very, very, I would argue, these three of the most popular picks to go and to win the Super Bowl. And right now they're on the outside looking in. A lot of football to be played, a lot of football to be decided, though. And a lot of tight races and a lot of, these games, every single game is going to matter going down the line here for all these teams, whether you're competing for a top seed or just to get in the division. I mean, think about it. You got Philadelphia 8-2, and even for the AFC, you're talking about 2 games separating the bottom seed from the top seed. That's it. You can make that up in a week or 2 weeks. It's tight. It's really tight. All right, we got a couple minutes left. So coming up tomorrow, it is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. So think about what's grinding your gears and let us know, and you can join in on the convo tomorrow. So do that. Don't forget Hunters with the opener coming up this weekend. Still looking for some stories, some good stories, some cool stories, some awesome stories. Whether it's from a big one or maybe you missed that big one or just some good memories, email them to me so I can feature them on this week's episode of the Man Cave Podcast, mancavepodmail@gmail.com. We'll catch up with RJ tomorrow. We'll talk some Badgers with him coming off of the loss to Indiana, but we got 2 more games, and this will be the last time we talk to RJ until we're back after Thanksgiving. So, or no, it won't be. No, it won't be. Never mind. I'm thinking tomorrow's Thursday. Ignore me. All right. We got a couple more times with RJ here. So we'll preview that upcoming Illinois game and such with him. So we got that coming up on the docket tomorrow as well. Also for Tuesday, your game changer. Might be another Christian Watson day, just throwing it out there. But what was the play? What was the player, the moment that changed the game? Could be a Packers game. Could be any other game that you watched in the last week or so. So go back to last Tuesday. What was a moment? What was a play? What was a player? It doesn't have to be, again, a top 10 play. It could be a play that doesn't even show up in the stat sheet. It could just be like a great heads-up play. So I know Christian Watts is probably going to be a popular pick for a lot of people, but maybe try to think about a play that, again, it won't show up in an ESPN top 10 play of the night or maybe even show up in the stat sheet. But you know what? People watching that game will really notice, That kind of changed the game. That was a game changer play. So that's our Hy-Vee game changer play. Think about that too for tomorrow's program. So I know, throwing a lot of homework assignments out at you, but we got the holidays coming up next week. So yeah, got to load up. Deer hunting. I don't know if schools still do this, but I remember when I was in school, this was the week where we always had to work ahead and get approved by our teachers if we turned in all of our homework, if we were going to take off the next week for hunting. Because we had to go to school Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I think that's changed now, but way back in the day. All right. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out with me this morning. Let's do this again tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., same place, same time. We'll chat with you then.